Yeah, we're all muted. Yep. Hit an enter on come on in when you can open that when we're live and deal with it. No, what I'm saying is, oh, okay. Well, that doesn't play through your screen. Oh, you could open it up in a separate window. You could open that up in your own um, different Chrome tab. All right, let's. What's the plan here? And it'll have a tiny echo for a moment. Well, wait, you can just not be streaming your screen. You can close your stream after the intro. We can talk, and then you can open it. Boom, solved. Are live but mute. Ringo says we're not muted. Oh, I'm not muted. Go
It's not
for
going
it.
now? Okay, good.
Our forefathers fought for liberty, individual freedom, self-expression, and the right to self-determination. They created a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. establishing a nation of free individuals who ignited a bright beacon of hope. America's a land where any person, from any background, can succeed, so long as they endeavor forthright with determination in their heart. A melting pot, the greatest hits album of the human race. We gather here today to renew that sacred bond, that oath to freedom. Welcome to the marketplace of ideas.
Good evening, and welcome to the one place where our ideas can truly spread like butt cheeks sitting upon the toilet of the public forum, the marketplace of ideas. I am your host, Kyle Smith.
And I'm your other host, James Vagabond, and in 20 years I will travel back in time and become the fucker in the pussy man.
Well, as you can tell, we are an esteemed group of hosts, and we have a very esteemed guest with us. James, would you do me a solid and introduce our guest, please?
Yes, tonight we have with us, woke right Republican Counterpoints. And we've got a great show for you tonight. We're going to start off by going over what I found to be a very moving and interesting prayer
Sermon.
a sermon by Talarico from Texas, and I think it's going to be an interesting way to phrase leftist values through Christian ethics in a way that I think a lot of us should share.
We're also going to dissect a conversation that Connor had with Pisco recently, talking about deregulating space and preferences of J.D. Vance over various left-wing politicians. Before we crack into any of those conversations, Connor, do you feel like that's a fair representation of your perspective, woke right Republican? Are you comfortable with that
No,
flavor?
it's not. Although I do appreciate Pisco. That was in a recent Pisco video. It's fine, guys. I've accepted my role in the liberal space of being like the villain, but I think what's so silly about that is I'm like the nice one. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
right.
saying?
Yeah.
There's plenty of center right guys who are like, no, fuck you. Like every liberal's an F slur and they should all kill themselves. And that's like the libertarian guy, you know, like that's like the center right guy. And then there's like plenty of dissident right guys who actually are Christian nationalist, theocratic authoritarians, where they don't think that, oh, maybe techno feudalist philosophy could unlock technology that makes the world a better place. They think that it's good that those people rule society unchecked by the state. And that's not my argument. My argument is you use autistic people for what they're good for, which is
Exactly.
technological advancement.
Damn straight.
Absolutely.
We'll get into that a little bit later. We've got a couple things to talk about from that.
Kyle, would you close your broadcast there for me?
Yeah, I suppose I could do that. While we're on the topic of the broadcast, we'll be keeping an eye on the YouTube stream to see who pops in. If you are watching us, welcome. We'll try to greet you individually as we can. You're going to see a link to our Discord server. If you want to click on that link, you can join us here on Discord. And if you want to chat with us, jump into the waiting room.
Yeah, we're going to have plenty of opportunities for call-ins later.
Indeed. And if you want to get ahead on the waiting room, if you want to jump to the front of the line, you can spend a little of what we call grift coin. It's our fake currency, the official fake currency of the marketplace of ideas. And if you go into the call-in priority section of the Discord server, you can actually bid some grift coin and skip to the front. So if we get a long list, you might consider dropping a little fake cash for that. But we'll see how many people pile in while we get through our discussion.
When you call in, if our guest or hosts enjoy your call, you will be awarded grift coin for how much we enjoyed your call.
Indeed you will. We had a really great discussion with Dylan Burns last Friday.
Yeah, that was a huge get. That was glorious.
Yeah, and even better, almost half of it was streamed to the correct YouTube channels.
Oh, Connor, it was a mess. We were worried halfway through. Someone in his chat told him to tell us that we were not actually correctly live. They were like, well, we went to the channel and it seems like these jerks, but and
Well,
It's listen, dude. It's the tech boomerisms. My chat
It's-
tolerates me doing it all the time. I wake up every single day and ram my head into a digital like software and hardware wall, and
yeah.
I accept the fact that my chat laughs at me as I do so.
What
well, the good news is we did get the whole thing recorded, and we're going to
splice it
be
together and
posting.
repost it.
Yeah, we'll be posting clips here within the next week. So be sure to check those out. We talked a little bit about his time on the front lines in Ukraine. Spent a little time reminiscing about Hippy Dippy, and also talked about modern democratic messaging. So be sure to look out for those. Connor, did you check out his documentary, Front Lines of Pokrovsk? I believe it's called.
Yeah. So the last one that I checked out was what we lovingly described as the penal legion, the prisoners impressed into service in the military. And yeah, we also my boss Ken Harbaugh for Valor Media Network. He also shot a documentary recently, so we were comparing notes off of experiences from both of their experiences. So yeah.
Yeah, it teases that a little bit in the whole documentary that he made. And there's just so much to go over in that movie, like that documentary. Like I said to him, it's just heroes and human stories and the tragedy of war. Just a million incredible people just holding that country together, and just massive props to him.
I think the tough part is that it's when we're talking about like Warhammer 40K or whatever, it's noble to see people raging against the dying of the light, so to speak. Like you're kind of you're fighting the battle valiantly, even if you're incurring great loss or you think victory is a far way off. I think in real life, though, especially as Americans, I think it's a little bit more depressing because you're like, we don't even understand why they even have to do that besides Russia being assholes. And that's kind of like the shame of it is, yeah, like there's a ton of Ukrainians whenever I engage with Ukrainian content. There's a ton of Ukrainians that I basically want to party with. And I'm sad that they have to get fucked up.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's such an interesting contradiction. We in the United States, not since the 19th century, the Civil War, have we had to deal with what it looks like to have a war in your nation, and even World War II, we got to we bled for the cause, but it didn't come to our nation. We basically don't know what that looks like in a modern civilization context.
Yeah, which is also amazing when you think about it, because our biggest wars are World War I, World War II, where we lost like I don't know, 500,000, 250,000 people. I think 250,000 in World War I, 500,000 in World War II. But the thing about it is like, yeah, at no point was the United States under actual threat of physical invasion by anyone. There was some like alarms of Japanese sub off the West Coast and German subs off the East Coast, but at no point was there an amassed army on the precipice of invasion.
Yeah.
Indeed.
You know what?
Real quick. Oh, sure.
A really funny thing that happened with Dylan in that conversation was, he made a kind of an offhanded comment that we didn't realize may have meant more than we thought. He joked that he had heard that we were alt-right groypers, and just because
Nice. Lean into it.
yeah. Yeah, we were thinking about, like, we just laughed it off because we had, but then we kind of looked at our channel and we kind of read the vibes, and it's like, if you didn't know it's all cheek, it's in good fun and everything, you might come away thinking like, these are some messed up dudes. Like, if you see the wrong points. But
that's you're the goal. I think the goal is to blaze your own path, but the truth is that paths are most oftentimes like pursued when somebody has already been down a similar path. So for instance, like the Kino Casino, not that you guys aesthetically have anything to do with Kino Casino or EFAP. EFAP is basically a bunch of like media nerds sitting around breaking shit down for hours on end. People already know that that's an excellent formula. And then same thing with Kino Casino. Kino Casino is just like two smart ass dickheads making fun of people by pausing clips every 30 seconds and then laughing maniacally at how bad other people suck. So like if you're, like blazing down a similar trail, then you already know that it has a higher chance of success. So that's fine.
Well, the actual goal is to pull off a successful psyop to pull more members of the left over to right-wing racist populism, but we keep that part a secret. Real quick,
The problem with that is you got counter signalers like Tim Miller from the Bulwark getting upset that Marco Rubio is making ethno-nationalist speeches in the EU General Assembly, so you got your work cut out for you.
Sure, indeed.
Complicated space. It's a complicated space.
Well, they're making it tricky for us. Real quick, we've got Chapingro doing some cheerleading for us in the YouTube chat. Thank you so much for Chapingro. We always appreciate that. Hey, Arximus, appreciate you watching. We've got Wowman542, you can see our back end in the top left.
Trying to figure out what that means, but
yeah, James, have we got any sort of back end showing? We would rather not show our back end if we can avoid it.
Kyle, it's your stream. Your
What?
stream I told you to close. Remember that you streamed? I even turned it off.
Oh,
there we go. Thank you.
There we are.
There we go. I thought it was
lots of screens that we're juggling here in the marketplace of ideas.
All right, let's jump into it. And yeah, everybody get ready to get on deck for Collins in about 20 minutes, I think, after we go over the Tallarico a little bit. And we'll bring up the Pisco conversation and get into it. So
how long is a Tallarico clip? Not that I'm worried about it, but I do something called Valor Reacts, where we're reacting to Black Hawk Down, and it takes us 40 minutes to cover 3 minutes.
We've heard about this, that you're doing like a pretty big deep dive on that movie. I've heard that you've been on that same movie for several weeks. It's a great movie.
Theaters. I saw
Dude,
theaters.
It's several weeks. We've made it 90 minutes into the movie. We've probably been on it for like 3 months.
Damn.
But in my defense, my co-host only has an hour a week. So like if I could, I would sit there for like 8 hours breaking it down with him. But he's actually like a responsible adult with a day job.
Yeah, I mean, some people manage to pull that off, but it's well, what do you have anything next on the docket, or have you even gotten that far? I mean, I don't know how much.
Yeah. We're I mean, the problem with committing to anything right now is I know that it's going to take us another 10 hours to do. So like Generation Kill, which is like the modern invasion of Iraq from my generation, I'm sure that would be amazing. Full Metal Jacket is obviously like the Vietnam Marine Corps movie. That would be amazing. All the Vietnam era movies like Platoon or Saving Private Ryan from World War II, or just any of those, because the truth is that what happens is a lot of Hollywood brings in humor and action and violence and real stuff, but because people are more attracted to like narrative through lines, Hollywood always like cleans it up or sanitizes it or makes it so there's like a lesson learned or something. Whereas oftentimes with like the HBO long form series like The Pacific or Generation Kill or Band of Brothers or whatever, it's like sometimes the lesson is just like, war's fucked up and innocent people get fucked up by war, and you're staring into the abyss and you're just like, oh my God, that's the most horrific shit I've ever seen in my entire life. And then people are like, okay, well, what's the lesson? And then they just kind of stare at each other.
Yeah, the lesson is war sucks ass and we should try to avoid it, maybe.
Yeah.
Just
sit and let it burn into your psyche how messed up war can be. That a lot of times
that's
the most important message.
Well, and even in this past week, I revisit I see this clip every now and then from the Pacific, and I know that we got a show to do, so we'll do it. But it's during the Battle of Guadalcanal. The character Lecky actually the Marines successfully set up an ambush where they destroy a larger Japanese element. But the next day, like a Japanese soldier, one of them commits suicide by grenade, killing the Marines medic. And then immediately after that, they encounter another Japanese soldier who surrenders. But then they just they don't kill him immediately. They almost like play with him by shooting at him before they finally kill him. Yeah. And Lecky actually like mercy kills the guy after a while, because he you can tell that he still has this hatred and anger and rage towards this other guy as an enemy combatant. But he kind of like hates the cruelty of his own side, but he can't stop the cruelty of his own
And so
side.
the best
And so
mercy he can give is murdering him.
is
Wow.
killing him. And it's like,
Jeez.
oh, like that's you know, that at 6 beers deep when you're 80 years old, that one's going to come up around the campfire. That's going to be some PTSD.
Yeah. That's the sort of thing you flash back to. Sure.
To answer your question from earlier, the clip itself is about 18 minutes long.
I'm
don't think we
thinking
need.
we could just cut that and go straight into the Pisco so that we can get towards calls and the 40K idea, because that
We
just
certainly
sounds
could.
like a lot of fun.
Or you guys, if you've seen it already, you can give me the summary of it if you want. And we can just kind of talk about it, because I know Tamarico, Tamarico is good at. Yeah, you know, he's like the Democrats created him in a test tube 30 years ago, however old he is, okay? He talks like Obama. He's got Bernie Sanders' platform. Allegedly he's straight, and he's a preacher.
And he's got the
you know what I'm saying?
Jesus Christ down in his heart, okay?
Right. Well, I don't know if he's a real one. He actually might be like a synthetic human being created by the Institute from Fallout in order to capture the American zeitgeist at the exact right time. But
I've got it.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Conspiracy on it. Okay, this is insanity. But like, I'm really into etymology, and I could tell you what like a million different names mean. I looked his up. So here's one. Adolf means wolf, right? You might know that one. And his name means something like, in one language it means like noble leader, and then another one it means like betrayer. So it's like, oh shit.
Is this the name James or the name Tallarico?
I think Tallarico.
Because I might be worried if we're going with the latter definition, considering who I'm working with here.
James the Betrayer.
Imagine if that would be a Jar Jar moment, right?
What are you trying to forecast here, James? Is this going to be the eventual breakup of the marketplace of ideas? Are you trying to just foreshadow
Once
that?
I'm ready to become the Antichrist, I think that we'll be ready. Yeah.
Well, check out for that.
Yeah, but that's that actually is funny, because then my plot for the end of the United States of America and the ushering in of the Antichrist is we would like Tamarico. Is it Tamarico or Tallarico? Is it an L or an M?
It's
Tallarico.
an L.
You got me confused now too.
Okay. So basically, like, he comes in as this like messianic religious, you know, Bernie Sanders, Obama hybrid creature who takes over the United States and the world through the cult of his personality. But Peter Thiel has already unleashed like AI surveillance state, drone strike, drone swarms. They have, we joked about this a few years ago. They got DARPA is the Defense something research project agency. They come up with all the like robots that like eat humans and
Alex
shit.
Jones is very concerned about them, I believe.
Yeah, so they have like we came up with DARPA dick bees. So they're like a drone the size of a bee, but they fly up your pee hole and then rip your guts out. And so James Tallarico is just like murdering his like political rivals through DARPA dick bees and shit
dicks,
like that.
Sure.
That's my prediction for how we end the United States.
That's about a 50-50 chance right there.
Bernie Sanders, Obama ushering in sentient Palantir.
Oof.
My goodness. Well, that's an exciting future to look forward to. I mean, other than just the general framing of the reframing rather of Christianity as a left-wing populist religion, I don't know that there was anything specific that we really wanted to point out.
Well,
was there, James?
A good way to boil it down might be, which side do you think lives Christian values better? That's, you know, there's your ideal Republican that you can make a strong argument for, but there's the real politics who's living it better in their actions. What do you think, Counter?
Yeah. Well, I think it depends on who you're talking about, but let me give you an example. So the fusion conservatism from Reagan, the idea of slashing the social safety net was that the money that we were returning to the American people through reduced taxes, especially in the working class and middle class, was going to result in more philanthropy, so people were better able to actualize their religious beliefs. And these people do exist. So, for instance, my father-in-law runs a faith-based 2-year drug rehab facility. My adoptive grandpa on my wife's side, he ran like a home where effectively like people could abandon their physically or intellectually disabled children and he ended up adopting like 20 kids over the course of decades. And then they started fundraising for it. And so now they take care of like dozens of disabled people, including Down syndrome people. So these are the Republicans that actually like Reagan thought was going to step into the gap. But then the truth is that if you actually look at the Republican Party, they don't do that
better.
shit.
Yeah, the people pulling the strings that
they don't
really
do that
gamify
shit.
what these policies would end up doing. They knew what would really happen is that like middle class Americans are just going to spend on their basic lives, and the kind of people that have the money to do this are just going to reinvest in their own future and build up their own.
And then there's going to be this huge gap, because I think we can all see this. Every major downtown area in the United States is like flooded with homeless people.
Yeah.
So it's just true that like I know a few good fiscal conservative, social conservative Republicans, but they can't deal with a tsunami of people who need things.
Yeah.
And so as a result, they're kind of like, they're throwing life preservers out in the tsunami. And then, so Democrats like arguably live it more, but then we get into abortion. And then with abortion, it's like, well, if you consider it human life, which once again, we should argue that out. But if you consider it human life, we kind of did like, a mini demographic holocaust over the past 50 years. And so, what do you do with that?
Yeah,
I've always found that an interesting way, kind of a dramatic way to phrase it, because that doesn't really account for what the lives of these people would be like, both the kids that are born into families where they're not wanted, not the people are not capable of providing for them and raising them and giving them their energy and love, versus what you're trying to come in here, Kyle?
Well, I'm just saying, listen, this is a big old can of worms. We got other things to talk about. Abortion is, a notoriously
it's pretty on topic, like,
it is, but I'm just saying, like, we could spend the rest of the show talking about abortion. I just want to make sure we don't get lost in the weeds on the discussion.
Between veganism debate and an abortion bait. Does that
sound
fun?
No. So,
and then
I think I can put a little bow on it without breaking down abortion itself.
Sure.
Beautiful.
So putting a little bow on it, it's like, okay, well, if you look at scriptural words from Jesus, it's like the how you treat the least amongst you is how you treat me. And that is like the way from which you will be judged. And so you look at the Republican Party and you look at the cuts to PEPFAR and USAID projected to kill 3 million to 14 million people. We effectively doomed and condemned 3 million to 14 million people over the next 5 years to death. And these were the least amongst us globally.
Yeah.
These were the least amongst us. There's not a goddamn thing that's Christian about PEPFAR and USAID cuts. We could have found cuts a billion other places. We reduced the federal budget by 0.16%, and we arguably have killed through preventable disease between 3 million and 14 million people in the next 5 years. So that's out of the window.
Yeah.
But then, Kyle, to put a little bow on it, then you get into the abortion thing, because effectively the way that conservatives say it, it's like, oh, well, those Africans and those Asians, they should get their shit together and they should become Christian and mixed economy capitalist and use contraception and not have premarital sex. Then they won't die from AIDS. So that's their problem, not my problem. And also, how dare the Democrats invoke my religion to bully me with when they celebrate the mass extermination of fetuses via abortion. Now, I think it's a bullshit argument, but that is the argument.
Yeah. Well, it's fair for those people to feel that, like, it's something that makes people viscerally react, and I think that's why it's such a hot button issue. Something that really gets explosive, because you're talking about, even if on the left you don't want to say you're taking a human life, you're ending a human organism that would have been alive. Like, it's really obnoxious hearing these abortion debates where people are just so flippantly like, yeah, who cares? Get rid of them. It's like that might be the argument that works for you. Like, you might feel that way, but if you're trying to change somebody's mind, then you need to extend a bridge that they want to walk on.
Oh Oh, I'm telling you that the shout your abortion movement and or
Oh God.
Destiny's reaction to pro-life people, where he's like, "Yeah, who cares?" Like you know that whole attitude
He's gotten a little
has
better at that sometimes.
diverged. That has aggressively diverged
Yeah,
the political
he's
populations
not going
because
full
obviously
Nebraska Steve
conservatives.
all the time.
Yeah, the conservatives, if you're flippant about ending human life, that doesn't really play well.
I would also imagine that a fair amount of that comes from just being exhausted by discussing the topic. And to prevent us from feeling that same feeling, I want us to move away from talking about abortion, lest we get stuck on it for much longer. But the one thing I wanted to run by you to react to, the whole sermon was about a rejection of Christian nationalism. One of the points that he made was that Emperor Constantine may be the first actual Christian nationalist, which is an interesting point. And that one of the things he pointed out about it was that he wasn't doing so out of a love of Christianity. He was doing so to consolidate the empire and gain power. And his position is that to seek power is inherently unchristian, and therefore a nation of true Christians, not to get too true Scotsman-y here, but a nation of true Christians would not seek Christian nationalism inherently. What do you think about that broad point?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to work with the Christian nationalists. So,
Well, maybe
They
not.
love them some power.
yeah. So there's the dominionist philosophy, which basically says that in Genesis, it kind of calls humanity to go forth and take dominion over the planet. Therefore, if you're seizing power as a Christian and imposing the Christian worldview, then effectively you're fulfilling like a demand from God in Genesis. And that's actually like a real subsection. Nick Freitas is a part of that. There's actually a really powerful element of the gun lobby that's dominionist. And I also think that I think Amy Comey Barrett has been accused of being a member of a dominionist private society as well. So these people are actually like, they're pretty quiet, but they're in positions of power in the United States. And then not just that, not only do they have Genesis, but it's arguable that the formation of the church, particularly with Constantine and the Christian generals who, told him about Christianity and tried to convert him, and Constantine had this dream of the Rho Chi, I think it's the Rho Chi symbol, where it's like, in this sign you will conquer, and it's basically like a P with a cross on it, and it's supposed to be like a Christian symbol. There's an argument there that like you have a world in front of you, and the world is pagan and destitute and filled with debaucherous sex and disease and war and hatred and tribalism. And so do you take a Christian worldview, which calls you to love your neighbor as yourself and all that kind of stuff, and that you're going to have to use war and bloodshed to impose this higher moral order on the world? But then if you don't impose this higher moral order on the world, then you leave the barbarians to their own effects. And basically, like the barbarians at the time, this could be bullshit. It could be all medieval propaganda. But for instance, like, we vilify human sacrifice in the Aztec and Mayan Empire. History kind of posits that the Celtic barbarians of like Ireland and England also practice human sacrifice and also worship pagan gods and also like killed their kids and all that kind of bullshit. So like, you're a Christian conquistador. You see an Aztec blood ritual murdering kids, and you're like,
Kind of not worried about your society as much right now.
well, right. Like what do we do? Do we impose our morals through the blood and the sword, knowing that it's going to be violent, but it'll be better in the long run, or do we just let them do their own thing? And I don't know. I know what did happen.
Yeah.
I don't know what I do in that situation.
Yeah, and the left has to ask themselves the same question about places like the Middle East and the way they treat especially homosexual people or women and that sort of thing. Like how much do we support these nations while they're oppressing their own people in different ways?
Well, and that question is weirdly being asked in Iran without an answer. So right now, Iran in many ways is a part of an anti-imperial nexus, right? It's Iran, Russia, China, and Venezuela. Those are the major powers that have told the United States to fuck itself on the world stage. Pretty much everybody else has some kind of like economic military alliance with us. But in Iran, we were known for like supporting the Shah, the Shah of Iran, who was a kind of benevolent dictator, but also a dictator. He definitely kidnapped people and murdered people and tortured people and all that kind of stuff. And that was against the will of the Iranian people, who are a religious conservative people. It's also against the will of the Iranian people because they elected a socialist prime minister, I think, Mossadegh, who tried to nationalize their oil. And then we were like, nah.
Well, yeah, that's the straw that broke the camel's back. But it
took
like
20 years.
So often is to push the leftist perspective. It seems like it so often is the straw that breaks the camel's back is nationalization of commodities, or a lot of people say that's what Vietnam was started over, is the French interest in Vietnam. It
was 100%.
Yeah.
But it took 20 years for this to finally break. So you have the moral criticism of the Western world for imposing its will through manipulation and assassination and backing dictatorial powers. Then you have the modern authoritarianism that's in it, and then it's like, well, 40,000 Iranians have given their lives in the past 3 weeks protesting an authoritarian government. Do we feel guilty about our previous imposition of our will against the Iranian people and therefore do nothing but allow pro-democratic forces to be massacred? Or do we say, hey, actually, this is pretty fucked up. We're actually going to throw some socioeconomic and maybe military might behind the Iranian revolutionaries / protesters? And I don't know the answer to that question either.
What's your intuition?
I mean, they're sitting on 300 gigabillion barrels of oil. So, I mean, my intuition is let's go for it.
There's that straw that breaks the camel's back. America's in, baby. We're in, baby.
I'm joking, but actually, I think it's Venezuela who has 300
It makes it easier to
gigabillion.
sell to the American people. That's for sure. Like, that's why they're so on board with Venezuela to agree.
It's not, though, because Americans, at least the way that maybe I'm an older generation, but it seems like the newer generation, because of the war on terror, they don't have the bloodthirst or the bloodlust that like the 1990s, 1980s militarist American, fuck the Russians, fuck the Soviets, we're going to get revenge for 9/11.
Yeah, because we saw it so nakedly happen that it was like, yeah, this is for oil, guys. Like, there was none of the It's obviously way easier to say Afghanistan was a legitimate mission because you've got the ties to 9/11 and terrorism and yada yada. But and it's
well, even Afghanistan state. Though, when you dig in, Osama bin Laden's part of his casus belli, like he wrote a letter to the American people or whatever.
I remember that.
Part of his case for war was number one, the fact that we geopolitically backed Israel during the Israel-Lebanese conflict in like 82 or 87, I forget. And so we backed Israel's withdrawal. I think it was in 82. And but what happened was there was a massacre of Muslims called the Sabra and Shatila massacre of 3,000 Muslims by Christian militias that were supported by Israel. So Israel supported the Christian militia that massacred 3,000 Muslims. We supported Israel's withdrawal. So by proxy, we have blood on our hands. And then not just that, but during the I think it was the Iran-Iraq war. But during the Iran-Iraq war, Saudi Arabia, instead of calling on the Mujahideen, the holy warriors, to come safeguard the oil fields, they called on the United States. And Osama bin Laden thought it was intolerable to have.
That was the invasion of Kuwait, yeah?
Yes, actually, you know what? I think you're right. I think I'm just mixing things up. But yes. Whenever and we could double check the letter, but I almost guarantee you it is Kuwait, that Osama bin Laden was offended that the Holy Land, Mecca and Medina are cities that are most holy in Islam. But the fact that like the Ummah, the people of Islam, were debased to beg for military support from secular, hedonist, Satanist, Christian pretending
Playing
kafirs.
The base on that one, Osama.
It was a step too far.
Well, yeah, that was when that letter came out, when I was in like junior high or something, that was my first moment of realizing that America bad leftism didn't always make sense, because there was some parts in that letter that were meant for sort of a skeptical, uh, you know, anti-American sympathetic audience internationally, and I did feel a little bit of that, and I was like cutting my teeth on Chomsky at the time, because my big brother, who's my hero at the time, politically was really huge into him, and that was the first thing that helped me identify, like, it's not just that easy that the great big bad American empire is always just doing the worst things. And just
No,
because
because he
someone
added
rails
a
against it
paragraph at
doesn't
the
mean they're your
bottom.
friend.
No, in the paragraph at the bottom was really funny, and he's like, and also the gays and the sex and the degeneracy and the alcohol, and then it's like, oh, okay, well, fuck you. And so a lot of people give Bush shit because he's like, they hate us for our freedom, and they were like, well, that's a lie. Osama bin Laden had all these geopolitical grievances where, you know, he hates us for more than our freedom. He hates us for our geopolitical intrigue. But then at the bottom, Osama bin Laden is like, yeah, but also like
You're like,
tolerating
your freedoms and
alcohol
shit.
and
Yeah, those are
booze and
bad. Yeah.
promiscuity. Yeah, actually, yeah, I do hate you for your freedom too.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where people just reacted that way because it sounds like a stupid thing to say. They hate us for our freedom. It just sounds dumb. And Bush said a lot of things that sounded dumb, and maybe they just got caught up in the momentum of laughing at the dumb things Bush would say.
I think our mistake as an empire is not explaining to the American people on which the empire is reliant that the energy industry and petroleum and natural gas and all that kind of stuff is the lifeblood of a $70 trillion annual economic and military commercial empire. And if we want civilization to perpetuate at its current high standards, then that system requires maintenance and blood. But it's easier to say, oh, let's go fight World War IIs and we'll destroy the Germans because they're so evil, and maybe we'll save a few Jews from the extermination camps. Let's go do that. That's an easier moral pitch than,
Much better,
hey,
yeah.
let's go blow up some Somalis because they keep attacking our Funko Pop merchant ships in the Red Sea. You know, that's a little bit tougher.
Yeah, I mean, well, those Funko Pop people are pretty dedicated. I don't know. Maybe if you
Right.
if you framed it that way, there's a couple basement dwellers that would be up in arms about it for sure.
For sure. And I mean,
yeah.
what you want your Funko Pops to cost $8 instead of $4? You know, get
Absolutely
the fuck out
not.
of here. Like,
I need 100. I'd need to cover my entire wall.
Hey Kyle, would you post the Discord invite in chat so that we can try and get people on deck if possible?
Which chat are you talking?
Ours, and let's see if we can get it in Connor's as well.
Ours?
yeah,
You mean our YouTube?
I think
Yes,
I copied your guys' Marketplace of Ideas one. I'll make sure that I copied yours and not mine.
Now, my understanding is I put ours in the description of the stream.
Might as well put it in the chat if anybody's looking there. They might see
very
that.
well.
They might see that quicker than they see.
If you
I got discord.gg FA9 Jew 4A. That's what I got.
That sounds like it's probably right. And if you can't be fucked to expand the description of the stream, we're going to go ahead and post that Discord invite in the chat for you to click on, saving you some time for your right hand. Just to put a pin on that discussion, do you think that maybe it's fair to say James Tallarico's approach to reframing Christianity is more effective at pulling leftists towards religion than it is nationalists away from nationalism?
Or the way that I see it as potentially effective is making I don't think you're going to pull Christian nationalists away from nationalism. I think you could pull Christians to being more sympathetic to economically redistributive ideas.
Yeah.
And then I think you could also get economic redistributivists who, let's face it, they tend to be leftists, they tend to be secular, they tend to be, some of them are anti-theists, like rabid anti-theists. If they saw left-leaning people, or excuse me, if they saw religious people being more positive on economic redistributive policies that actually like addressed the grievances of the working class, then maybe leftists would stop being such like fedora anti-theistic douchebags to their religious neighbors. So I do think it's a weird synthesis that is pro-social, But I don't think it's going to take the wind out of Christian nationalism. I think Christian nationalism is here to stay.
Yeah, but it can at least give it a better run for its money. I think it's a good model for that kind of competing for that demographic in space and making those
You
people
could
feel more comfortable coming over to that other side.
And you could even get Christian nationalists to sign off on economically redistributed policy. Like you could probably get them to care about the poor or care about healthcare or care about dental or care about dignified labor because Christians, weirdly enough, are not a work cult. So I know Protestants are, but the point of like part of Christianity is raising your family. And so if you're effectively like a debt slave who doesn't have time or money or energy to raise your family or be an active member of the community, that's anti-Christian. So you could sell that to Christian nationalists for sure.
Just for interest, what kind of Christianity did you grow up with? What kind of churches?
So when I was a kid, my parents were Protestant, so I
Same.
actually went to a Baptist fire and brimstone church when I was young.
But
But then when we went to Europe, my dad fell in love with Catholicism, so
oh
he
yeah,
actually converted to Catholicism, and then I went to Catholic Mass for like
nice.
a decade. So
Yeah.
from like 9 to 18, I went to Catholic Mass.
Oh, not fun for kids. If you're like their beautiful ceremonies inspire the hearts of adults, but for kids it's just like what is this language they're speaking in? This is not fun.
Brutal.
And yeah. Yeah. I luckily got to enjoy a very nice small Presbyterian church. And um and my mom played piano there. It was nice. Lovely. Oh, because we got chased out of the other nearby church because of some awful people spreading rumors that she was involved with the pastor. And that was actually the first time I started rejecting Christianity because I was like, my mom's great. That's awful. Why would you say that about her?
That is
I didn't hear
quite
about that
salacious.
until years
Yeah,
later. Maybe I shouldn't
my
have shared
goodness.
that detail. Let's move
Well,
forward.
it's out there in the ether now, so we'll go ahead and let that be a good place to stop on discussing Talarico's brand of Christianity, and let's move into discussing the spirited discussion with Pisco. Before we do, want to say echo Chapingro's sentiment in the YouTube chat that if you're watching on Connor stream, hop on over to our Discord server, maybe even check out our YouTube, at least give it a like and maybe a subscribe if you feel like it before you head back to Connor's stream. We are going to be opening up call-ins here in a bit, and I see somebody, a familiar name, hanging out in the waiting room right now. Before we start pulling in callers, shall we crack open this
Let's crack it
Pisco
open.
discussion?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Hang tight for now, Lethal Lance. We will get to you in the near future. I hope that you're not in a hurry because we do have a couple things to set the table with before we start dining in. Let me reshare my screen.
Which part are we
Here we
watching
are.
first here, Kyle?
Well, the first thing we need to do is to properly set the table. We need to look at this teaser. And I just want to get, we need to get a sense of whether Connor,
Don't make me watch the
way.
whole thing. I'll probably cringe to death. But if you give me the teaser, I'll be happy.
You let us know when you need to tap out. All right. Are we good to go, James?
I'm on it.
Looks good on my end.
Very good. And let us know when we're good to go, Connor.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Let's crack this open.
What policy do you think that JD Vance has proposed or that I have proposed that you think is putting Peter Thiel and Elon Musk uniquely and without checks to their power in charge of the United States of America?
Well, part is the deregulation agenda of Trump in the first place, which they are policies. Look at the amount of bullshit in terms of crypto deals and AI bullshit. I think deregulation itself is a policy. That's number one. And then number two, Elon Musk, you know, I want to impregnate as many people as possible. Like, you have obviously...
Yeah, he's a degenerate.
Yeah, so how are we confident? And they're all like, this is the Epsteinite class, or Epstein class, or whatever Ossoff said. Like, you are simping for the Epstein class.
Great
in a
quote,
way.
by the way.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like
Wait, what?
It seems like you're simping for the Epstein class, if not Epstein himself.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and stop it there.
Yeah,
we
I was
too-
tired, not crying.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's kind of why we wanted to start here. I don't know if you can hear the classical music that's really, really driving home the debate bro politics vibe here, but
I've accepted my role as
Yeah,
a heel.
yeah.
I've accepted my role as a heel.
Yeah, and you've done so valiantly. Like you're
Yeah.
you're the Rocky Balboa. No matter how many times you get hit, you're just gonna keep coming back and
So
and letting them tire
I think
themselves out.
I think Pisco's community is fairly hostile to me, but the point is with this this narrative. What's funny about those clips, though, is effectively what I'm saying in there is I say exactly what I told you guys earlier, which is like, just because you deregulate space, as an example, I don't even know if we ever got to space, or you deregulate AI or whatever, it doesn't mean that you abdicate all responsibility from the state in order to like regulate these capitalist bros. And what you really should be doing, I view the abundance liberals and the tech bro feudalists very similarly, which is what they're promising America, either rightly or wrongly, is that they are the ones to usher in the next generation of infrastructure and technology that is going to make the next great American century or millennia. And the truth is that we need those people. And I think that Pisco views those people as like Saturday morning cartoon villains to be restrained from ending the human race, whereas I view them as like flawed autists who must be harnessed for humanity's benefit.
We didn't want to break kayfabe too much. We just really felt like that was a worthwhile thing to start with. Just I thought that was
absolutely. The just to give you guys a heads up, I don't know how we would address it tech wise, but for some reason that stream is incredibly low volume on my end.
Yeah.
I bumped it to 200% on my side, so they heard what was said, but it was quiet compared to the way that we're talking now.
I've noticed that with Kyle restreaming before, that it's a bit on the quiet side. Yeah, that's why I commented that there's the classical music that really brings in the debate bro, like I'm owning you in the marketplace of ideas vibe. It's a little salacious.
Which is fine. It's a marketing strategy.
Absolutely,
I understand it. I don't take it personal.
Okay, excellent.
I got some reports that I'm a little quiet too. I'm going to go into the volume mixer and maybe bump up my Google Chrome volume. We're at 17. Let's take it up to 40. If you want to adjust your volumes back down to a more reasonable number, maybe the next time we view some of this, it will be
just play it for
volume.
a second. I'm still in the share screen. Play for a second.
Sure.
Sounds like you're straight up a bit of a fascisty, gripery, techie.
To be honest, it's still the same, but we can troubleshoot later.
It's better. Yeah,
all right.
Okay.
Well, either way, we
50 or something, Kyle, and then we'll move over here. Yeah. Why don't you close that for now, maybe, or?
Yeah, let's just go ahead. We've gotten what we need from it, really, and it's not the part of the discussion that I wanted to talk about. If I can just set this up a little bit here, let me close the stream. There were two things that were said during this discussion that I found incompatible with my worldview. The first thing that we don't need to spend a whole lot of time on is Pisco's claim that your ideology is more dangerous than someone like, say, Hassan Piker's. I think that's a little absurd, personally, even taking into account the ineffectiveness of the far left-wing ideology. I think that, and I might be saying this as somebody who is also interested in a competent, benevolent technocracy, that your ideology is not as dangerous as Hassan's. The claim we can talk about that if you want. The claim I really wanted to talk about, though, is the idea that in a hypothetical face-off for the presidency between AOC and JD Vance, that you would be more likely to vote for JD Vance because it is closer to your ideology. And I accept that disagreement between us, that we just have different ideologies. That's not the one I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is the idea of the necessity of punishing the Trump administration for its disregard for our not so much our norms as our institutions, and for its corruption, that might be more important even than preventing a left-wing populism that you might not enjoy. What do you think about that point?
Well, so I'll try. You kind of gave me three, so I'll try
Sure.
to address the first two briefly, and then I'll hit. It sounded like you were most interested in the last one.
Definitely.
So with ideology more dangerous than Hassan, I appreciate you kind of already coming my way on the topic, but effectively, like, yeah, I'm not interested in unlimited tech feudalism where we just let, like, I don't know if you guys have seen the new Alien Earth movie, but effectively, like, nation states have completely lost power. And so corporations actually control territory on the planet, and they're allowed to do whatever they want within their territory, including like gross human rights abuses to their employees, up to and including like human experimentation without state regulation. That's not what I'm advocating for. Like I want, yes, I do want synthetic robotic human beings with like super smart human AI so we can colonize the solar system and then the galaxy. But I'm not willing to give up a state that regulates said function. That's very silly. Now, AOC versus JD Vance, I think I actually probably would abstain because I think so my beef with AOC is, just as an example, there was a debate between Destiny and a Hassan fan leftist. And Destiny asks him, like, well, who do you like in Congress right now, or in politics besides Zoran Mandami? And he basically lists the squad: AOC, Bernie Sanders, all that kind of stuff. And it's not that I don't appreciate that AOC and Bernie Sanders, from a policy perspective, advocate for social democratic policies while still trying to rehabilitate the term socialist. That's their real function within government. However, what pisses me off about that is the same way that lefty hears socialist dog whistles or hears socialist phrases or ideology peppered throughout AOC's verbiage is the same way that I do. And so I don't like it. I don't trust it. It's the equivalent of hearing like a fascist pepper like Mussolini or Hitler into their speeches. That's actually the vibe for me. Now, when it comes to JD Vance, the reason why JD Vance still potentially appeals to me, even though I know he's a villain. Okay. He's a former working class guy, but he went to Ivy League. He went out to San Francisco. He's a former Marine Pogue veteran. He was groomed by Peter Thiel, who I do not think is a Saturday morning cartoon villain. I just think that he's like an idiot who he's a genius because he has developed technology that's going to be very impressive for the development of the world. He's an idiot because he thinks that because he's smart, he somehow thought himself past like the slave morality of the masses. And I've only met like utter douchebags who think that they have like thought themselves into a libertarian, Ayn Randian, like great men of history philosophy. So Peter Thiel is a genius on one end, an idiot in the other, and a douchebag all around. And he's JD Vance's like groomer. Arguably, Peter Thiel groomed JD Vance and positioned him within the Trump administration in order to get deregulation that the Trump administration is currently doing on behalf of San Francisco for the tech bros, for the tech feudalists. And the truth is that JD Vance has not only helped cover up a pedophile sex trafficking ring over the past 2 years, which I think you would need to totally sell your soul in order to do, but he has actively cheered on the slashes, the PEPFAR and USAID. And I don't know how you claim to be a Christian who fears the judgment of the creator God of the universe and argue for the slashes to PEPFAR and USAID. Once again, what you do to the least amongst us, you do to me as well. So in order for JD Vance to actually be somebody that I would check the box for, he would effectively have to have like a road to Damascus moment where he's like, damn, like I swept for a pedophile ring. I worked with Trump for the sake of power. I became a chameleon and sold my soul to the devil. I helped kill hundreds of thousands of people unnecessarily. As a result, you know what? Fuck that. But I actually do care about America. I do care about people. I do care about this. I do care about that. And then sell me effectively on my own vision of what I want for America. The chances of this happening are the same chances of like a snowball surviving in hell, but I would be more likely to see that road to Damascus moment from JD Vance than I would AOC.
You really think so? You trust AOC that little? Yeah, I just find that so surprising that you think that AOC wouldn't be willing to come to heel or come to reality or change their ideology back towards something you see as less damaging to the American project. That this person who's lived like a working class life at the start of their life to some degree and seems to be willing to come to the center a little bit. Like they worked with Pelosi plenty. They've definitely like pulled back their rhetoric. Um, uh, well, I imagine you're open to that. Open to watching and seeing. Like you're not gonna, no matter what she does, just sit there and say no. There's no chance. You like could let's. What would that look like? What would you have to see out of AOC for you to start giving her a little bit of that credit again? Right?
Basically move away from the socialist label and become like a social democrat, I suppose.
Yeah.
Also, I think Democrats need like a total education on guns, which I'm hoping to be a part of a solution for. But here's the thing that I kind of want to ask you guys, because it's borderline religious, right?
Hmm.
So if you're a Christian, you believe in the Trinity, meaning that you believe that Christ is like the incarnation of God, and therefore you need to follow him. And that's like what Christianity is, basically. So for a socialist, the belief, and I think this is a it's not an unfounded belief, I think it's a mistaken belief, is that capitalism necessarily and naturally is an oppressive force to humanity, and therefore we must emancipate humanity from the oppressions of capitalism through policy. So my question to you, because that's kind of like the broadest definition of socialism possible. So I think that socialists mistake the oppressions of capitalism for the oppressions of nature. So how do you guys feel about like trying to free humanity from the oppressions of capitalism? Like what does that mean to you?
Oh, that's
James, do you want to take that?
yeah. I'm a little
We
bit
have
more
different
bent that
answers, but let's
direction.
let James answer that first.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct that most socialists of the modern era it's just too simplistic. They don't grapple with the realities. The thing that is oppressing people is reality. And capitalism is a system that grew out of another system of feudalism, and it's not inherently oppressive in all its forms, but if you have unregulated capitalism that allows people to I think I am one of the socialists that will say that we probably need to get rid of billionaires, not necessarily as a rule, but because they are one person shouldn't be allowed to have access to all that power. And what can you recenter me on the
Yeah.
Christian versus
Actually, so
socialism
hold on,
dichotomy?
James,
Yeah.
just to make sure I'm differentiating sufficiently. You actually are saying that you are a socialist philosophically.
Um, I identify with that label a lot, and I think when people, especially for discussions and debate, get into it, they do try and limit it a little bit too much. It's not socialism. You have a very great definition for like a Marxist socialist concept, but socialism itself, it really just means trying to design the society that is socially positive. There are socialists outside of the Marxist project. People get a little bit too bogged down into that, in my opinion, and
Yeah,
it's
this is, and I'll admit that my socialism, so trying to emancipate people from the oppressions of capitalism versus the oppressions of nature. I do understand that I hone in on the Marxian definition, but I think that's because the Marxian definition is so popular,
yes,
right?
yes,
And, and
absolutely.
so and so when you boil it down, because this is how uh you know sorry, Republicans for MAGA. I just want to write down the third point, that way I don't lose it at some point. But the when you boil down to decommodification of basic human needs, so what that means is like food, water, shelter, free.
Healthcare. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, food, water, shelter, healthcare, free. Okay, and the reason why it's free is because what you're doing is you're emancipating people from the oppressions of capitalism, because capitalism says If you do not produce, you will not eat. If
Yeah.
you do not become a cog in the machine, you will die. And not only that, we don't give a fuck that you're going to die because you are not a productive cog in the machine. And that's one of the oppressions of capitalism.
Yeah.
Now, the way that we've like modified that in the past century is we did mixed economy capitalism, where we harness the productivity of the free market and then we cut off a chunk through taxation and welfare, and then we make sure that people don't starve to death at the bottom. And that's kind of how we've dealt with that.
Yeah.
But if you don't want to be stuck at the bottom, if you don't want to be miserable living in a shitty apartment with the bad schools and the bad neighborhood and the drugs and the crime, then you need to go work. And that's kind of our carrot and stick way that we harness human productivity in a capitalist society. But my beef with that is that if most people are Marxian and they want to get rid of the need for people to be productive in order to get food, water, and shelter, I have no fucking idea how a socialist system works.
Yeah.
Because I actually think that society is kind of predicated on the fact that if you give me unlimited food, unlimited water, unlimited shelter, God forbid you give me internet access, then at that point, I'm going to lie fucking around and I'm going to pick lint out of my fucking belly button because I'm not going to want to do shit.
Yeah.
So,
and that's sort of system,
for now, sorry, go ahead. I'm yapping.
That sort of system where people are like useless bed blobs could only exist once you had sort of a complete lack of scarcity, right? And so your ability to provide for that lower class, the least productive members of society, sort of grows as your society has excess product, especially as we've come into the 21st century. It is, and I think most people can agree, it's kind of an abomination that we allow so much absolute poverty in our first world nation, in our modern economy. And so I don't want to say that we need to get rid of all of the things that produce the dynamism and invention in American society. You don't need to crunch that down completely, and it won't be such a problem to get people. You only get that society where people are able to be completely free with their choices and whatever when you have infinite resources, and that's just never going to happen. There's going to be
funny you should say that.
Yeah.
But sorry, continue.
There's always going to be types of scarcity too. Like even once we have all the basic commodities, healthcare, food, shelter, safety, whatever you want to add to the list, then you start having questions of like, well, isn't there a type of scarcity to who gets to be in a movie, and a type of scarcity of who gets to be on the soccer team, and so as we move towards those things, it opens us up to create new and better systems that can accommodate and support people, and while still allowing for dynamism, creation, invention, investment. Even like I'm not a get rid of markets right away person, or even necessarily ever. Like I think when people talk about the stateless, classless society, that doesn't mean there's not something like trade necessarily. Like it gets the conceptions of communism. It kind of reminds me of a quote from the movie Lincoln. Really great movie, highly recommend. Where he says, a compass can, this is a summary, a compass can tell you true north, but if you don't have a map to tell where all the bogs and swamps and mountains are that you need to avoid, what good is a compass? What good is knowing where true north is? And I think
but this is
Marx gives
sorry for interrupting.
some discussions for where true north is, but we don't know how to get there yet. And I think
that's where I think that
fast.
But we don't even agree what true north is.
Yeah.
So for instance, like when we kind of agree, because I use emancipation of humanity from the oppressions of capitalism as the broadest definition, because I heard it described for pre-Marxian socialist philosophy. Like there were pre-Marxian socialists that were there were bourgeois socialists who were trying to figure out the oppressions of capitalism before Marx.
Yeah.
So the point is that kind of catches all the underlying philosophies, with Marx being like the most popular one. But all of that being said, I think the tech bros are more likely to unlock the post-scarcity necessary for human flourishing than a socialist. And what I mean by that is, so what you kind of said, which I alluded to, is that in order to emancipate people from the needs of like food, water, shelter, and labor, then you would basically need to replace them and have like scarcity needs to be eliminated. Well, that's kind of hard in like a limited universe because scarcity just means that things are rare. But the truth is that we live in a small bubble of a limited universe, and there's a lot of shit out there, and we could harness that shit to our own ends. And this is where it gets like a little utopian. It gets a little bit crazy. A lot like Pisco doesn't even like considering this shit. But the truth is that if you wanted to replace human labor, I don't know if you guys have seen the Boston Dynamics robots, but the Boston Dynamics robots can move
Very
like
impressive.
humans.
Very
Yeah.
impressive.
They can move like humans. They can move their digits like humans. They can manipulate keyboards. They can manipulate, mice on computers.
It's creepy.
They have the dexterity to be like very precise with like surgical, instruments and lasers and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, they've
So-
got
so
like
the
a Da
problem-
Vinci surgery robot that you can like do surgery cross nation now. So
Right. You could
crazy.
do a Zoom call
Yeah,
surgery
yeah.
with basically like a small size like a auto plant manufacturer robot. You
Yeah.
can do that now. And so the point is like it's not the technology that's the problem. As a matter of fact, we've kind of like we're taking these technologies and we're making them very mature. The problem is reproduction because these things require metals, they require titanium, they require steel, they require plastics, they require lithium, they require batteries, they require copper. And so the truth is we have a limited amount of that on Earth. We have a limited amount that we can like harvest. And then even when we harvest it, because of the way the market economy works, we typically prioritize the wealthiest amongst us to have that stuff first. It's just the way that things work. So then to me, the obvious next step, and maybe it's not obvious to everybody, is to make Boston Dynamics robots to unlock the wealth of the solar system. Okay. It's literally take Starship, which was built by Elon Musk, which can refuel relatively easily. It can, I'd have to look up if it's 300,000 tons or 300,000 pounds. I could get it wrong. But the point is, it can airlift. It can airlift 3 M1A2 Abrams tanks across the planet in 90 minutes. Okay. So there's no reason why we can't drop a bunch of Boston Dynamics robots on Mars. There's no reason why we couldn't find small rocks in the asteroid belt that we used LiDAR and radar and all that kind of stuff to identify the richest rocks. Mars already doesn't have a really strong atmosphere, and we could either do it in space around Mars, we could put it in Mars's orbits and then break them apart for harvesting, or we could drop them on the fucking planet and then we could break it apart on the planet and let the Boston Dynamics robots get us the lithium, the steel, whatever like rare earth minerals are there, and then we could harvest all that shit. And then once you harvest all that shit, then you can eliminate human labor. But it's gonna take the kind of autism and insanity and utopian vision of people like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk to make that potential reality real. And if you completely encumber them under like a socialist society now, then we just kind of die on Earth in stagnation.
Yeah. So you really think that what percent of the technological innovation that comes out of these companies do you think is sort of directly tied to, and by what mechanisms, the genius of these individual inventors? Or could this be more of something like Edison, where sure there's some technical capabilities and creativity and good ideas there, but to some extent, is it just the guy in the position to buy up the good ideas and just propel them forward, except extracting their own costs from the entire process? Could there, for
I think it's
Elon
both.
Musk's pay, could we not pay an army of geniuses to start making those Boston Dynamics robots?
Well, we can and we should, and not just that. I do think there's like a technocratic calculation here. So I think that one of the great sins of slavery, especially chattel slavery, is not that we forced people to do agriculture work. That's not the sin of like slavery or chattel slavery. We needed to do agricultural work. The sin of slavery is that we impressed great people who had potential to do a ton more, and we forced them into a slot of productive labor that did not fully realize their potential. Like I am like an equality of opportunity kind of person. And so basically, what we're doing in the modern era is kind of a similar thing where we could have geniuses all over the world who are incredibly intelligent, but due to material privation, they're effectively precluded from harnessing their genius for the betterment of the species. So I come from, or my family does. My family comes from the Northeast, and in Massachusetts and New Hampshire and all that kind of stuff, it's very common for education just to be like a thing. Doesn't matter if you're libertarian, doesn't matter if you're liberal, doesn't matter if you're progressive, doesn't matter if you're communist, a socialist, doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. Like academics is a thing. But the reason why is because they recognize that like giving everyone an incredible academic opportunity allows human beings to unlock their potential.
Yeah, baby.
And so for me, that's where part of like the criminality of the libertarians who believe in great men philosophy is them dooming fellow great men to lives of mediocrity due to lack of education and material privation.
Yeah, and if you give those people access to the ability to become artists, inventors, etc., they will create something that will enhance your life, right? They could be productive beyond just what you want to restrict them to in ways that you may not have predicted and couldn't imagine your life without afterwards, right? Like
Yeah. So there's a technocratic balance, and I'm trying to strike it.
Yeah.
Because I think Pisco and his ilk, by completely dismissing the idea of solar colonization or the military industrial complex or the genius of people who have created incredible technologies, I think that they kind of limit what the species is capable of. But I also think that we don't fall into a cult of personality of worshiping these like great technological thinkers, because let's be real, like Elon Musk probably did not actually develop SpaceX. He paid a bunch of geniuses to develop SpaceX.
Yeah, the Thomas Edison model of invention.
Yeah. And then
which is you just get as many smart people as possible, put them in a room, and make them solve a complex problem.
Yeah. Indeed. I'm going to let James's answer to your question stand for the show, even though mine would be slightly different. But I want to make sure that you're
a socialist now. You're on a list.
What's that? Am I on the socialist list?
Yep,
Damn
yep.
it! No,
Palantir's
it's not accurate. It's not accurate. Please take me off the list if you can. I want to wrap up this conversation,
but we can get
and
to
then
the
let's
fun one. Yeah.
We've foreshadowed punishing Republicans and for their crimes of MAGA.
Well, I mean, really, I'm thinking more in terms of like the long-term health of the Republican Party. Going as far as J.D. Vance needing to be held accountable for this administration, my assumption is that by even voting for AOC, which might be to the detriment of the country, I think I'm probably friendlier to those policies than you might be, although maybe not quite as gung-ho as James. But in terms of the long-term health of the Republican Party, think about how wide you have been, Connor, since this whole MAGA movement has been. There's a part of your body that longs to be narrow once more. And my assumption is that by voting in J.D. Vance, the MAGA momentum will keep up enough that you will not achieve your desired narrowness in the near future. And by rejecting J.D. Vance, even at the expense of a quasi-utopian technocracy, it would allow the Republican Party to rebuild back better and stronger than it was before.
Towards those real values.
That's an infinitely better argument than the ones that I've been presented with. And the reason why is because I heard somebody say this. I don't know if it was Ryan Getty or if it was PF Young. It was one of them. But what they were saying was that when Trump's done, because Trump has done, and we probably all agree on it, incredible amounts of damage to our social fabric, incredible amounts of damage to the republic, incredible amounts of damage to what we expect out of our elected figures and our punditry class. Just like the depths of what we've descended to over the past decade or two shocks even me. And I was alive during the Bush era. You know,
Yeah.
I was alive for Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney's golf buddies to profit off the war on terror. And even I'm shocked by what's happened in the past 10, 15 years. So if that's all true, then the one thing that kind of needs to be true is that MAGA needs a swift kick in the dick, like hardcore kick in the dick. And so I think the midterms will deliver that. I think they will. I think the general election is up for grabs, but that's where, for me, relatively speaking, like the calculation is super easy with like a moderate Dem. Let's say that it's like Gavin Newsom, or let's say that God forgive me, it's a Jewish guy, you know, like John Ossoff or Josh Shapiro or whatever, you know. So I'm not actually anti-Semitic, just to be clear, but I do think it's an electoral liability to go for a Jewish gentleman. I think you guys need to run it straight down the middle, white, straight, Christian, male, preferably married with kids. Like, it's got to be boring as fuck, so nobody stays home because they're bigoted. So anyways, the truth is that even if we had a very tepid Gavin Newsom presidency, even if we had a very Biden-esque presidency, if MAGA gets blunted in 2028, then I think the movement goes to reform. Because then at that point, they would have lost in 2020. They would have gotten stomped in the midterms. They would have gotten stomped in 2028. That might be enough for the Republican Party to reform. That's the strongest argument.
The counter to that, though, is that some people would fear that the Republican Party would double down on its populism and go more the Nick Fuentes route and lean in the opposite direction of the way that I'm assuming we all collectively, because we're not groypers, we don't want that to happen. So
if they win or if they lose?
If they lose. If the Republicans lose, the idea is that they would double down, dig their heels in, and lean further into populism and adopt the policies of Nick Fuentes et al. What do you think about that idea?
I think that's unlikely because of demography. And I hate to, being racist again, but that's okay because I love my Hispanic people even while I'm being racist towards them. So I think that Trump unlocked something that the Republican Party didn't know that it could do. Number one, it could win with young men. Number two, it could win with Hispanics, Blacks, and Asians, because it seems like while the rhetoric online is getting increasingly heated, it seems like people are more willing to break out of their demographic bubbles when it comes to politics or ideology or music or culture or whatever. But Trump squandered that political momentum by being the worst version of himself. That doesn't mean that the Republican Party itself can't capitalize on that. And so I heard it described as Latino futurism. I am a Latino futurist, okay? Like we need to, the Republican Party, if it wants to survive as a mildly socially conservative, fiscally conservative political entity, it has to reach out to Latinos. It's not even like... It's not like you can't,
or at least
adopt the ethno-nationalism of Nick Fuentes and remain politically viable. It's not possible.
Yeah. At first, I was a little doubting of what you're saying because, to some degree, that demographic of young people, young men especially, was a little bit unlocked by this kind of dog whistling and a lot of anti-SJW issues made it a lot easier for them. But to some degree, since the very beginning, since, you've got, Charlottesville, he's been pretty hard. That's been part of how he built his populist base, is using a lot of dog whistling and arguably racist. There was the Muslim ban right off the bat. That was a huge campaign issue in 2016 and helped him get elected to some degree, as much as it brought controversy.
Yeah, the thing about it is, though, I think maybe I'm projecting my own bullshit onto it, but if you watch a recent Nick Fuentes segment that we did where he was checking out the Super Bowl, and the TPUSA grumpy people, they had that like country singer who's like, I just want to I just want to make out
Mow
with
my
my
grass.
truck and
Oh,
fuck my
yeah.
fish.
Raise
And,
my daughter. Fuck my fish.
and not trans my daughter.
Which
and
one
he
of these
was
are you
like,
getting kicked off Twitter for, sir? I don't think
Right.
you've got a problem here.
but the point is that like he saw it, and I think everybody who saw it and wasn't coping about it, it was fucking sad, dude.
Yeah,
It was middle class, working class, but not even middle class or working class. It was pretending to be middle
Yeah.
class and working class white people, socially isolated from the rest of the cultural zeitgeist. And then he was like, yeah, the Bad Bunny show, it was annoying. It was annoying that it was in Spanish, but there's hot people having a good time, and the
Yeah, you can still
music,
check
the
out and watch
unifying.
the cool visuals. Like, there's a really compelling visual story that even if you don't know what's being said, yeah.
And the universal message or whatever that actually was in English, it's like, together we're stronger, love conquers hate, this, that, the other thing. And also he was thinking that there was enough catering to the anxious working class
yeah.
whites
Yeah,
that they didn't feel like they were being vilified or attacked.
Yeah, there
And
was
so
like
he
a
was saying,
heterosexual couple up there and everything like that. Yeah. It
Yeah,
wasn't
so-
it
so
wasn't
he was-
just an LGBTQ plus minority parade to celebrate the victory of wokeness or whatever. Yeah.
well, and that's what he was saying. He's like, well, if you make me choose between the TPUSA midterm show with divorced dad country music about how the dude wants to have
And the
sex with his truck and not have a
pirate
trans
cello
daughter.
player just
Yeah.
the Timu
Or-
conservative cello player.
Yes, or Latina girls twerking, then he's going to pick the Latina girls twerking. And so, and he also said that like he's worried, and I hope correctly so, that like a liberal integrationist movement that actually doesn't treat white people as an enemy, that's going to be more appealing than the dissident right.
Absolutely.
Sure. Well, you forgot to mention the main event of that alternate Super Bowl halftime show, the statutory confessions of one Kid Rock. Who could
Yeah.
ignore that?
If you don't know, what do you remember the line exactly, Kyle? It's not Some people say it's statutory. I say it's mandatory. Oh my goodness,
Dude.
he's saying those
Dude.
lyrics up there.
While the
Ooh.
Epstein files are
Well, yeah.
dropping, bro.
That's wild.
While the Epstein files are dropping, talking about not being able to read a
the
room, man.
What is
Dude, and
going
by the way,
on?
that's like that's where Midas has been going super hard. And I know like Midas is like a liberal wine bomb, anti-Trump slop factory, but they've been going like really
out.
hard over the past 72 hours because basically what they did is they said, "Oh, you think all this like Trump Epstein stuff is bad? Here's all the documentary footage from his teenage pageant circle where he was talking about how a 17-year-old girl being willing to fly on one of his private jets is like his version of alcohol, and him talking about like recruiting all these like 15 to 18-year-old girls to be models. And then basically they even have the camera crew go to like the post modeling soiree where they're like dancing. And of course they're not like ripping lines of coke and like, drinking alcohol immediately in front of the cameras. But if they're getting like underage 16, 17-year-olds girls drunk and partying with them on camera, then what are they
What do you
doing
think's going
off camera?
on behind the
Yeah,
stage?
So basically what I'm saying is that like at minimum, Donald Trump and his ilk were like ephemophilic rapists in the 80s, 90s, and early thousands. I would bet
seems
like
given. Yeah, you want to talk about
Yeah,
common sense ain't so common. Like, come on, guys, he's a millionaire.
I
partying
would
with
put
Epstein. What do you think is
legitimately like
happening?
$1,000 on it. I like if somebody was like, no, I have like proof positive that Donald Trump never had sex with a teenager, I would pay you $1,000.
Yeah, I'd just ask for slightly worse odds.
And so maybe even in spite of the dangers of left-wing populism, it might be worth voting against J.D. Vance if it means giving the Republican Party a well-deserved kick in the dick for supporting that kind of culture. Yeah, maybe to wrap up this
It was a very
conversation.
sudden
Yes.
dovetail, but yeah.
Yes, and I would put a 99 to 1 odds that what you want is going to happen more than what I think is possible for me to happen. The only reason why I keep saying, like, if you guys run AOC, if you guys run Bernie again, if you guys run like a far lefty, if you run Zoran Mamdani for president, you know,
That's a far harder sell with his whole not being
If you
born in
made
the
him
country
white and
thing.
Christian, he could win. But yeah, you got
But-
all the
You gotta make him.
socialism.
You gotta make him
and
born
he's-
here is the big thing.
he's
He is from
Muslim,
Uganda,
yeah.
so.
But I do have a map where effectively, like, it goes over all the coalitions. As a matter of fact, do you guys mind if I share something with you real quick?
Please do.
Because I actually drew
Absolutely.
something for
Yeah.
this.
I love
Very
your
cool.
diagrams. I love your
Yeah,
diagrams.
Excellent.
we'll take a look at this, and then I can see we've got some callers building up. So I want to give you some acknowledgement. We are going to get to callers right as we wrap up this discussion. So hang tight. I know some of you have been waiting for a moment.
Yeah. So this most recent picture, I can be very brief, and then we can get the callers in here.
Sure.
Lethal Lance can be the first since he's been waiting the most.
He has
but
been
let
hanging
me-
on for a minute.
All right, so let me share this one real quick. Okay, so and if you click into it, I'll zoom in. But effectively, the crown is power, and these are the coalitions. So we got working class right wingers, we got social conservatives, techno feudalists, neoconservatives, fiscal conservatives, abundance libs, brunch
can you
libs,
zoom in a little bit more?
progressives.
It's not quite clear on my screen. Pardon. There we go. Thank
I
you.
can, but
That's
then
perfect,
we're going to be
that's
zoomed in so far. So this is basically the left, and then I think I'm in like the neocon, like the liberal hawk area. And so ideally, I would want to create a alliance between like many factions,
Yeah.
in order to usher in the greatness of the next American century or millennia.
Yeah.
But my beef, and this is the left right now, is that Hutch's coalition is highlighted in blue, and I think it's like half of progressives, abundance libs, and brunch liberals. And then Pisco's coalition is
Brunch
some
liberals,
abundance
I
liberals,
love it.
brunch liberals, progressives, and then he likes to take the socialists and the communists and the Soc Dems and the Scandinavians into his coalition.
Into the piss
And so for
coalition.
me, what I'm trying to say is, like, I can easily side with abundance liberals who tolerate sane progressives and maybe a few Soc Dems in their coalition. Whereas it's a much tougher ask if you're a liberal who hates centrist liberals and you sweep for far leftoids.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm saying. It's like, and I think that's like a rational position, particularly as a neocon, is I'm happy to work with Hutch's coalition. I'm reticent to work with Pisco's coalition.
I am so politically schizophrenic that I feel at home in almost all of those left ones to different degrees. Like I've got plenty of resentment of the far left and plenty of resentment of the fecklessness of Schumer in the center and all the people that just think, just keep it simple. Someday, I hope that Hutch accuses me of Green Lantern theory, where he just needs to believe harder and tell the people that we can do it, and then it'll get passed.
Perfect.
I feel all over the spectrum. I feel all over the spectrum that you've drawn.
Excellent.
All right, so let's bring up our final
Yeah,
conversation for the callers that we're going to get into. Which do you want to introduce it for us, Kyle? What were you thinking?
Yeah, and before we do, I just want to give some shout out to the people in the YouTube chat. Chapingro earlier said he's a bit behind, but the Da Vinci bot is the surgery bot, if he remembers correctly.
Yeah, I know.
And he also says that we love painter points, and Azahaya seconds that, saying low key better at MS Paint than Steven. That's
Ooh.
Don't
Shots
drop that on this
fired.
show. Drop that in Steven's
Not
chat.
even
and
a
get
hot
banned.
take. That is a cold take.
I don't know that I want to get involved in the drama slop of this conversation. So let's move on and bring some
you thought
callers in.
abortion was a hot issue.
So
Yeah,
here's
let's do MS
Who's
Paint
better
Wars.
at MS Paint?
So here's our fun conversation. Feel free to chime in about the other two topics we discussed.
Yep, whatever you want to talk about. As long as
Christian nationalism from a left-wing perspective, and the prospect of voting for J.D. Vance versus AOC and the various implications thereof. But
this is
we're
the
also
one I
gonna be
was really excited for. Like dumping
Yes.
on Trump fans. I've let enough of I've had enough emotional self-help sections about how much I dislike what's going on. What I'm interested in is some actually fun politics tonight. Okay.
Indeed.
So we're going to be do you want to give us a teaser for this, Kyle?
Well, so the topic, one topic that came up in the Pisco conversation was the idea of space deregulation. You touched
Deregulating
on this a
space.
little bit with talking about mining on Mars, mining on the asteroid belt. I think I might be hearing a little bit of your expanse analyses coming through in these ideas. I don't know.
They are, yeah, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
I expected so. We can get into that. But this idea of regulating versus deregulating space is an interesting topic.
It got us on the concept of, what kind of laws and culture and civilization rules, how would it be enforced? Let's build our own space empires, our own space cultures and nations.
Well,
And
I feel bad for Lethal Lance. So are we bringing people in, or are
We're
we
gonna-
doing
we're gonna
space
bring
shit?
him
Because
in.
if
I
you
just
get me ranting about space shit, we're gonna be here for
Okay.
like the next 8
You know what?
hours.
I just
Okay,
want-
let's get
I
a
just wanna
couple
prime
call-ins,
this.
see where we're
Yeah, yeah.
at, and then we'll come back to this and just if
I
we
just
got
wanted to
time.
prime that. I am excited to talk about that. So contain
It's a
your
good
excitement
teaser.
if you can.
It's a good
We
teaser.
might-
Get people thinking. Everybody knows. Imagine your own space civilization, and what needs to be, how it is, and why. Okay.
Indeed,
ready for it.
or one of the other topics if you prefer. But
Yeah.
without further ado, let's bring in Lethal Lance. Lethal Lance, thank you so much for hanging on and coming back onto the show. Welcome
Repeat
back.
caller, Lethal Lance. How you doing, brother? Remind us who you are. Tell us a little bit about your politics, maybe, and then what you'd like to ask us or talk about.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I guess I'm milquetoast liberal. I guess
Lovely.
Milquetoast liberal.
Delicious.
Hey,
maybe a constitutionalist, libertarian, maybe
have
a
you
libertarian who believes in taxes. That's a good one.
there we go. Have you signed up to be a cop yet?
You know what about that? They're definitely not hiring firefighters. I'll tell you that right fucking now. So what I might actually have to do, dead ass, just gonna have to follow through with the police shit. Get on the force, and I'm just gonna be side-eyeing that firefighter application the whole time. And the second they're hiring, I'm fucking dipping. I'm going straight to firefighters.
Beautiful.
Well,
Dude,
maybe
I'll be proud of you. I know we've beefed in the past or whatever, but I'll be cheering you the fuck on. You've been talking all that shit. Not you, but people are like, "Oh, Connor's such a jackbooted thug, dickhead, cop, fascist, bootlicking piece of shit." I can't fucking wait for you to fucking suffer that.
are you denying those accusations?
Mildly.
Oh,
I was the hippie cop. I was the nice cop.
I imagine so, yeah.
If somebody's an asshole and they need to get jammed up, I was probably a little bit too happy to jam them up sometimes, but I was never like a total dick about it.
Well, Leith, I don't want to hijack your call in. What did you want to talk to us about?
Well, initially, I was gonna piggyback off our previous conversation, but there's too much to talk about after listening to that AOC versus JD Vance convo.
Okay.
I just want a quick reality check to see if we're living in 2026. Some questions for Connor. Do you think AOC and Hassan have like the same endpoint? Like, do you think they have the same like idealized goal?
I think Hassan is probably more tanky than AOC, but I also don't know. Like, I would actually just straight up have to ask AOC in a private conversation, do you think that the moneyless, stateless class of society is like the human ideal endpoint? Do you believe in the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production? And do you believe in emancipating humanity from the oppressions of capitalism? And then based off of those private answers to those questions, I would evaluate what she actually was.
Well, you're a big deal. You can probably set that up, can't you?
Not yet. We're working on it, though.
All right. Well, hopefully in the near future.
Quick follow up, and then does Connor think that an AOC presidency and a Hassan presidency would implement the same policies?
Absolutely not, and that's actually probably a better question. I think AOC does I think Hassan simps for foreign authoritarian regimes and focuses on isolationism and anti-American empire because it's part of his like social cachet online. I think AOC has proven to be infinitely more pragmatic, and also I think maybe it's something about her temperament. I don't know. But I think that she wouldn't be focusing on like anti-American imperialism. I think she'd be focusing on ushering in the next wave of domestic policies that like enhance the living standards of working class people. I think that would be her platform.
Okay, that was actually very helpful. That was a sanity check, and you passed for the most part.
Yay! Yeah, dude, I don't hear her fucking quoting Chomsky left, right, and center. I hear her talking about like the cost of living for the working class. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think the worst policy she could even try to implement would be a wealth tax, and that literally has a 0% chance of actually passing. So I don't view an AOC presidency as really having any threat. That's why the whole conversation between her and JD Vance was like, one's clearly already a threat, already like completely violates the Constitution, goes against everything America was built on, and the other one just like maybe had some stupid policies that would never be implemented, but would actually use our institutions and actually go through Congress, which that would severely limit all her retarded ideas. And
Yeah, my
just
frustration. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. You can. That was about it.
Well, okay, so what I was going to say, my frustration, and I was trying to bring this up with James a little bit. So for instance, like I want a I think humanity has achieved incredible things, especially if you look at us like as a species that's been around for 200,000 years, unlocked the agricultural revolution in the past 3,000 years, unlocked the industrial revolution in the past 200 years, and unlocked the information revolution in the past like 20 or 30 years. I think we're like a truly amazing species, capable of fantastic things. Like if
Yes,
you look
you
at
want robot communism. I know.
well, but I don't want robot communism because I don't like the decommodification of basic human need would come from we are so wealthy that it doesn't make sense to let people starve. We've replaced
but who
human labor with
decides?
automation.
We go to the stars, we mine the resources, we create the robots, they create this excess of wealth. Who decides who has access to this wealth? That's kind of where you get into the communism part because markets kind of fail at that point when you're post scarcity.
Yeah, but this is where I find the conversation kind of frustrating with socialists is that they believe that the like the materialist analysis or whatever is so obvious that like socialism is effectively inevitable because the contradictions of capitalism will be so obvious that the people, regardless of whether or not you even call it socialism, they'll clamor for it because it makes so much sense. And so that's kind of where for me, like once you do have, and I know it's some people think it's incredibly far-fetched. I don't think it's as far-fetched as they think it is. But once you actually effectively have replaced human labor with intelligent robots who are capable of doing the labor of human beings, and you figure out the charging, and you figure out the batteries, and you figure out the metals, and you figure out the dexterity and all that kind of bullshit. Once you figure all that shit out, then at that point, yeah, decommodification of basic human needs makes sense. Now, workers owning the means of production doesn't necessarily make sense, but then another idea like UBI from Andrew Yang, who I would say is another like future looking forward guy, maybe that makes sense. Where effectively, if there's so much labor being done through automation that we're generating so much wealth that is then being collected at the upper tiers of society, then we should redistribute some of that wealth back down to the bottom so the bottom can have fun too. And that's kind of where like, yeah, I get more utopian, but my frustration, sorry that I'm yapping, I'll try to put a pin on it. But effectively, my frustration is I feel like socialists, communists, and leftists, they put the cart before the horse because they're not interested in doing the work necessary in order to achieve the material conditions necessary in order to achieve their dream. They just think that work is oppression. And so they don't want to fucking work. Like there's so many socialist bed blobs on the internet.
Now, I kind of want to jump
Yeah,
in a little there to say that, actually, I forgot what I was going to say because I'm very tired.
Ooh.
So, like, we've got this problem of no, I've lost the thread.
We're a
What were you
professional
gonna
show
say?
here in the marketplace of ideas.
Sorry, I just found out that Dylan Burns was in the chat, and it just
He
made
gave us
me.
an endorsement, and
Yeah.
I'm feeling a tingle. I'm feeling a little tingle. I gotta be honest. Although I am bummed that he's figured out the crypto Groiper grift. We'll have to figure out a new angle.
I'm a little sad
to
about
trick
that.
his
We'll
audience.
have to gay up someone else with that.
Indeed.
So I had a great point. Oh yes. So the problem I have with part of where this discussion is going is the idea that, technology will save us all. I said earlier that as scarcity lowers, as we can create more and more product for less and less effort, it sort of unlocks us to be able to care for those, the least among us, as we put it earlier. And I worry that we've seen all of the technological innovation that we've created so far, and we're projecting that into the future and saying, well, just on the horizon is the cure to global warming, and just on the horizon is the cure to difficult labor, and just on the horizon, if we just give these oligarchs more money. Whereas we need to be able to look at the now, and it gets in the way of us solving the issues the way that they can be solved today. Like, I think now and today, if we took a little bit of control out of the oligarchy class, and took a little bit of that energy out and redistributed it, and prevented them from driving these mega companies solely for their own benefit at the expense of the rest of society, and perhaps even at the species at large, then maybe we would be able to fix some of these problems in the here and now that we're not. Maybe we have the resources and the lack of scarcity now to decommodify.
You're about to make Kyle lose it, man.
Yeah. What do you need,
Kyle?
What's your thing? On the topic of fixing problems in the here and now, I'm getting some reports, James, that your voice is suddenly a little quiet.
Oh no!
You might need to adjust your volume a little bit. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt your flow there, but
am I quiet on your end, Counterpoints? What do you think?
Nah, you're good on me.
I came in through well, right?
Yeah, but what I was going to say though is here and now versus the future. But this is where I want to be technocratic about this. And so I understand the criticisms of abundance libs is that the ideals of abundance liberalism of creating the infrastructure necessary in order to usher in the next generation of wealth and whatever is going to be used by the barons of our society to deregulate everything and therefore capitalize off of the new generation of entrepreneurial bullshit and infrastructure bullshit. Same thing with the techno-feudal lords. It's effectively the same argument. But what I would say is there's a TV show that I love called Hell on Wheels. And Hell on Wheels is about the trains being built across the United States in the 19th century. And so there's a business magnate, and he has the engineer, and the engineer's laying flat track across the country. And he's like, why are you making my train track straight? And the engineer is like, because I'm trying to get to the destination as quickly as possible. And he's like, you fucking idiot. The government is paying us for each mile of train track set. Make it curvy. And so he makes it like an S curve so he can maximize on the government teat. Now, on one hand, that's the kind of like corruption and grift and graft that is inherent to capital, blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, dude, we got fucking transcontinental railway. It's fucking amazing. We got, what was it, like Art Deco cities in the early 20th century during the Prohibition era and skyscrapers. We got the mass-produced automobile. Yeah, a lot of motherfuckers died. Lots of blood, lots of treasure, lots of corruption, lots of this, lots of that. But we also because we didn't moral frog about every little detail and try to prevent every little externality during these eras of explosive growth, we also achieved incredible things. And so that's where, for me, it's like, yes, in principle, the government should not be playing to the graft and grift of the technocratic class. But if getting this shit done involves a little bit of corruption or grift or graft, it kind of seems like the way of the world.
Okay, I'm gonna hop in real quick. So I think you agree with you basically, like I said, you believe in robo-communism. You just disagree with how we get there. You want to create the abundance first and then implement the redistribution, you would say, or
Well, so you say robo-communism. I don't think a moneyless, stateless, classless society is possible, so I wouldn't be communist. And then with socialism, I don't know if I would use the state to compel people to own the means of production. So at most, you could say I'm like half socialist or quarter
socialist. Why would you not want people to own the means of? Because at that point, the means of production would be the robots. If you just have Peter Thiel owning all the robots, and he gets to capitalize on all the wealth creation while none of us, how does that benefit society? I would say if you have a society of robots making all the wealth, you need to publicly own these robots. So everyone has receives the fruits of their labor, because why should Peter Thiel and Elon Musk get all the fruits if
well, but I mean, you're receiving the fruits of their labor because you have decommodified food, water, and shelter. And then also, for instance, like let's say, walk with me for a little bit. So let's say that decommodified means like free, right? It's no longer a commodity. But I would still want food, water, and shelter to maybe cost money or credit or whatever, but it would be the higher end shit. And so what I mean is that I think that humanity would have access to the equivalent of like a military barracks, right? You could have 1,500 square feet for a family. You would have internet, you would have food, shelter, water, you would have community areas, parks to play in, schools to go to, all that kind of stuff. And that would kind of be issued by the state. But if you were bored and you wanted to usher in the next generation of whatever via 3D printers or designing your own robots or whatever, then should the state compel you to, when you incorporate, anybody who works with you gets a share of the company. Otherwise, you're not able to create an entrepreneurial idea. And I don't think that I would ever necessarily give the state that much control over the market. And that's like half of socialism is workers owning the means of production.
Yeah, I would say the compelled part, probably not. I just want the option. So I'm definitely always been mixed market capitalist, but I just think going back to reality in like modern times, because I think we will see this in at least my lifetime. I don't know about you, Connor, but in my lifetime, I'm going to see robot socialism, I'll call it. But
here it comes, baby.
I don't think we're going to see.
You just call me an old bitch.
No, but I think in 2028 we're not going to see robot socialism. So it's not super relevant to the whole AOC JD Vance conversation, but it is relevant to the fact where if somehow we got like a time traveler, he came back and gave us all the materials and the technology, and we could implement in 2028, I would much rather live in AOC's robot socialism, because I know that she will make sure that the fruits of the labor of the robots will be, distributed to the common people. Where I think JD Vance, he's in the pocket of all these technocrats and Peter Thiel and all that, and I think he'd want most of the fruits to go to these people, and we're just kind of all the oppressed class underneath these freaking freaks and psychopaths, fucking weirdos. So even in that situation, I'd still go AOC.
I think sometimes it's a temperamental thing. So for instance, like I think I'm actually like liberal by temperament, or I'm like a friendly guy by temperament. I'm a collaborative guy. I have middle child syndrome. I'm always trying to make everybody happy all at the same time. It never works. But I also participated in institutions that were like incredibly like Darwinian, and you had to throw elbows. And if you didn't know how to throw elbows, and if you were a fucking pussy, you got steamrolled. And so like the Marine Corps is obviously like that. Law enforcement is obviously like that. And so when it comes to what we're talking about specifically, I think it's a temperamental thing, because I think I would do okay amongst like the robo sociopaths and the techno feudal lords. And I think with like the techno feudal lords, what I would try to do is I would even try to appeal to their own sense of self-preservation. So I heard a libertarian call taxes. I think he called taxes like a riot tax or something like that. And I think that is something that needs to be reinforced with libertarians, where they might hate the state, they might hate taxation, they might hate the compulsion of taxation, but they need to realize that if they advocate for Brazil, like the income inequality of Brazil, where the richest and most powerful people are driving in Land Rovers to private compounds, their kids go to private schools with private security guards and all that kind of stuff, but 80 to 90% of the population is living in like abject misery, and their jealousy of your material conditions is going to basically make it so eventually they're going to try to kill you and kidnap you and steal your shit. That's not good for anybody. So you need to pay the riot tax, which is taxes, which involves like ideally a robust welfare state, but at least like a minimalist welfare state.
Do you think JD Vance would provide that?
Maybe. I was actually thinking earlier, probably not, just because the techno-feudalists are all like libertarian, Ayn Randian, great men of history douchebags. But I was telling Kyle and James that national conservatives, which JD Vance is, they're going to be more amenable to economic redistributivism than fiscal conservatives or social conservatives. Because the social conservatives said the reason why you would need welfare is because you're an immoral person who does drugs and has promiscuous sex. If you were living a moral life, you wouldn't need welfare. Therefore, you don't need welfare. Go fuck yourself. And then fiscal conservatives say you can do whatever you want, but not with my tax money. Cut taxes, stop charging me to subsidize your shitty lifestyle. And so those two people are both like fiscally conservative inclined, particularly because of Reaganite fusionism. Whereas I think that national conservatives, dude, they cry about fucking hill Appalachians doing heroin and shit. You could probably get them to throw you some welfare bucks.
I mean, they cut basically all of our social services. No, I'm not going to be hyperbolic, but the amount of cutting to our social services, I think, would prove the opposite of what you're trying to say. But
no. I mean, I think you're right to be skeptical of them because that's what Trump and Vance by proxy have delivered is Ayn Randian great men tax cuts bullshit.
And also I just want to say real quick, the problem. It's fun to talk about robot socialism. Yes, it's a fun thought experiment. But in my opinion, this election all comes down to, do you believe in the Constitution and in our institutions, in our government? Do you believe in checks and balances? Do you believe in what the Founding Fathers set up? Or do you not? If you do not believe in it, then yeah, I guess go to JD Vance because you fucking hate our country and you hate our institutions and you want to implement something new. I get that. But if you do believe in the institutions and checks and balances and three branches of government, you have to go whatever the fuck the Democrat Party presents, because they're the only party that has stood for these institutions and have actually put their fucking money where their mouth is when it comes to that.
Let's get everybody's final thoughts on this, and then let's move on. We've got a building list of callers. I don't want to halt our momentum, and I want to get a satisfying conclusion to this conversation.
Absolutely.
But I want to pay respect for a few people that we've got hanging on. So everyone's final thoughts, maybe ending with Lethal, if we could.
Yes. Sorry, real quick. So the thing about that is, make it easy for moderates. Okay, make it easy for the disaffected center. Make it easy for Never Trump Republicans. Make it easy for neoconservatives. Make it easy for MAGA defectors, which I know that you guys don't like, but depending on perspective, run a center left or, according to leftists, a center right Democrat candidate. Make it easy to defeat, MAGA and JD Vance. And my frustration with that is that I swear to God, Democrats just have this this knack for snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. They feel like fucking. I swear to God, it's almost like a compulsion. They're like allergic to winning.
It's like being a Bears fan.
I'll leave it there.
Yeah. So this sounds like this will be my last thought. It sounds like you're saying for pragmatic reasons. That's why you wouldn't want to see an AOC candidacy. But before, it sounds like you were making like a moral. On me personally, I wouldn't vote for AOC, and then you kind of made an appeal to like socialism, basically like Hassan presidency. I'm like, I don't think this is connected to reality, and I mean, you could disagree with that, but if it does come down to it, at the end of the day, and it's freaking JD Vance or AOC, I think you can disagree with, hey, we shouldn't have been here, but once you get there, I think it's really hard to make the moral or pragmatic argument and saying JD Vance would be a better vote in that situation. Because you're voting against America and you're voting against the institutions, and I'll see you guys later. Thank you very much.
Wait a sec. Don't leave yet. We have to decide, how much grift coin we want to award this gentleman. Kyle, we've gone back and forth on how to
minimum of 500.
Minimum 500, he says.
I think so, especially since we know that you're putting your money where your mouth is and you're following through with your police application, even though you might be sidetracked into firefighting. Either way, it's a noble cause, and I think the discussion was good. I appreciate that you came back. I think
let's give him the full thou, brother. I think he's earned it. He's a great caller again. Yeah,
wonderful. Well, we'll get you.
And then once I leave,
yes,
if Connor could just somewhat respond to that very last section, I guess, wherever he wants to. But
sure.
All right.
Absolutely.
Thank you, neighbor.
I'll address it. Do you want me to address it while you guys do the rewards in the background?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. We'll get that 4 digits to you, Lethal. Thanks so much for coming on.
So
Yeah, of course.
I pulled up a drawing while I was talking to these guys right before we called Lethal Lance, and effectively it showed the coalition between Pisco and it showed the coalition between Hutch. And I was saying that Hutch's coalition is a lot easier to work with than Pisco's is. So my beef with the Democrats is firearms. I think civilian firearms ownership is an important thing. I think it's an important thing that we need to bring back into our culture. If you think that we're on the verge of a fascistic takeover by the dumbest fucking motherfucking charismatic piece of shit in recent American history, then I don't understand how you don't understand the value of civilian firearms ownership. Also, I think that the left is really far behind on that. So that's like a really, really like personal, passionate thing for me. Now, not only that, but the Democrats, like, you guys do this shit all the time where effectively you say, well, I'm in this caucus of the Democrats and I'm trying to move people in my direction. Okay. Not me saying, well, I would consider JD Vance if you make me choose between a socialist and JD Vance. That's not because I really want to choose JD Vance. Like JD Vance is a fucking piece of shit. Like I said, he's probably arguably killed between 3 and 14 million people in the next 5 years because of stupidity and simping for power. He's a chameleon.
Yeah.
But don't make me go against my principles or values. Make it easy for me. Run a center left or center right Democratic candidate who isn't so vocal about guns that it sounds like they want to institute Australian style confiscation programs. And then you won't seize defeat from the jaws of victory. And what frustrates me, I know that me saying I reserve the right to judge the 2028 elections as it's happening is frustrating to you because you think the calculation is so obvious. What's frustrating to me is you guys saying, and I'm using you guys generally speaking, you guys saying like, well, I reserve the right to be retarded in 2028. How about that? How about even if I'm dumb as fuck and I pick the shittiest candidate possible,
You still have to support our communists.
Vote for me. Yeah, and that I get resentful because
we might
I'm like,
get
well,
Connor. We might get Connor, but we're not going to get the other 50% of America that's not pro-communist or even to any degree right leaning. Yeah, we gotta.
Right.
Guns will never be banned, and ICE made liberals love guns, which I love. So we'll end it with that. Thank you.
True.
Thanks.
Beautiful.
True and based.
Thank you, Lethal.
Thank you, Lethal.
2A. Buy a gun and train. Bye.
All right. What a great call in from Lethal. Certainly worthy of the 4 digits. If you're watching Connor's stream, jump into our Discord and hop into the waiting room, which has a growing list of people looking to jump on.
Real quick, Connor, how you feeling? How much more time do you think you got in us? We've already been going for about 2 hours, so.
We can blow through the gauntlet. I'll stay, I mean, if we keep getting dozens of people, then maybe I'll tap out eventually. But I would say ideally let's shoot for 11, but I'll probably stay till 11:30 as long as we got momentum and my brain is an absolute soup.
Beautiful.
Well, we've got 5 people in the call-in list right now.
So let's just do like 5 to 10 a piece. 5 to 10 minutes a piece.
Yeah.
Where it's like, hey, what's your question? What's your point? And then I'll try not to go on 10-minute rants.
Yeah, and of course I would love to get to our juicy topic of dreaming our way through our ideal space community. But looking through the list, I know Dark Sage, you've been there for a minute, but
No. Don't bump for clout. Make Dylan Burns wait. Take Dark Sage first.
Very well.
He's a patient man. He's a patient man.
All right, Dylan, you're going to have to hang on for a minute. We appreciate you hanging out, but hopefully you'll be willing to hang out for a little bit longer because we really should be talking to. Let's hang out with Dark Sage. Dark Sage, you're on the marketplace of ideas. Welcome.
Guys, real quick, I'm just going to hit the restroom.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, well, can you tell us a little bit about your perspective? Do you have a chosen ideology that you'd like to ascribe to?
Well, I'm actually going to say something here that's very strange. I'm actually a Eisenhower kind of guy. He's my all-time favorite president, and my questions for you guys is actually about him. It's something that I've thought about for a long time.
Yeah, please hit
it. My question is, why is he never dragged through the mud by the media as comparison to other presidents? Because you always hear the media talk about how Washington owned slaves, so he was bad, or they always call Trump racist. or everything about Obama. But you never hear them one time say, "Oh, Eisenhower was a terrible man or did terrible things." I admire the guy personally because I think he's somebody that every person should strive to be like. Was he perfect? No. But he came across to me as like a genuine guy who seemed to want to help everybody and make the country better. And I always find it strange how like you don't hear CNN, Fox News, MSNBC ever say one bad thing about him. And even people on all sides of the political spectrum seem to like the guy. Like they're like, oh,
Wait,
he was a
we're
decent
talking
man.
about Dwight D. Eisenhower, like the World War II general who became president after World War II, right?
Correct.
Okay, well, I'll just tell you from my perspective, it's because World War II was sacrosanct, in my opinion, with the boomer generation and with the greatest generation. It was sacrosanct almost to a religious level, to the degree that I share a similar level of like religious reverence for the topic. And the reason being is because like the greatest generation, they came out during the Great Depression, they had a rough economic shake. But they rallied around World War II. They built one of the world's greatest economies in the post-war period. And then not just that, but like World War II was obviously like one of the greatest moral conflicts of the human species, where you effectively had like three ideologies battling out. It was communism, it was fascism, and it was like liberal democratic mixed economy capitalism duking it out on the world stage. And of course, like communism, we battled in the Cold War. But why would you besmirch? Like, what is there even to talk shit about Eisenhower for? What was he like a little racist? Did he not desegregate quickly enough?
Well,
Like, why would we hate Eisenhower?
Well, one of the things that he did a lot of people don't know about is the Operation Wetback, where he deported like 1 million Mexicans. And I'm like, couldn't the media say, "Hey, that you were basically you were discriminating against Mexicans because you deported like 1 million of them?" Which my point of view on it is, would anybody else though in the situation he was in have done anything different? Like, would Adlai Stevenson have said, "Oh, I'm not gonna end Korea. We're not gonna do that." Like, basically, what I'm getting at is I feel like he's given a pass on a lot of things because of his war record, and people are like, we're not gonna go there because it would be extremely disingenuous to hate the guy because, hey, he was Supreme Allied Commander and he fought the Nazis. And like, what are you going to say about that? Like, oh, he was terrible for letting millions of people die on D-Day. He shouldn't have done that.
I mean,
yeah, sorry, go ahead. Go.
Oh, I was just going to say, not only do we have that reverence, he was also the last Republican before the Republican Party started using the Southern strategy with Richard Nixon. He was the Republican who called out the oncoming, what do they call that? The
military-industrial complex?
That's the one. Thank you so much. Yeah. So I think he gets a lot of reverence from people on the left for those reasons. Connor, what were you gonna add there?
No, I was just gonna say I would still appeal to the World War II reverence, and I would say that our sensitivity, especially around like race issues in reference to Hispanics or whatever. I mean, bear in mind, like FDR just got done with the internment camps for the Japanese. That was like a World War II thing. What is it? The Operation Wetback deporting 1 million Mexicans. I mean, up until 1965, I think the United States was like 85% white and 13% black. So having 1 million Mexicans might have been like the most amount of Mexicans that had been in North America in North American history. You could even go back to the census of California right before the War of Mexico in like 1850, and there were like 3,000 like Mexican people in California at the time. So I just don't think you're going to catch anywhere near as much shit for that, especially when the country was like 85% white, 13% black, 2% other. Nobody complained because now by comparison, we have 24% Hispanic. So that's obviously going to hit the cultural zeitgeist differently.
There's one thing though too that I bring up about that, because I was listening to a panel yesterday and I was watching a biography guy, and one of the things that they brought up with civil rights, and they said he wasn't necessarily for desegregating. His whole view was basically, I'm going to enforce the law because that's what the law is. But I don't necessarily agree with the law. And I'm like, and when I heard that, I'm like, why wouldn't the media say, hey, this guy didn't support civil rights? He's a racist because he just said that he's following the law. I'm like, isn't that something that they could use and say, well, he
Yeah,
never
but
supported.
everybody was mad racist back then. So, for instance, like my favorite president is Teddy Roosevelt, and
Yeah.
Teddy Roosevelt was like, he was like, inside every Africanoid and Mongoloid and yellow fever, banana eating, what, like he would say some racist, fucked up shit. But then at the end of that sentence, he would be like, inside all of them is an American, and then like so he was like. He didn't actually talk about like cranial measurements of different races, but he probably did when he had a few drinks at a dinner party. You know what I'm saying? Like Teddy was a wild guy. So but
He'd at
the
least
way that people
entertain the skull size conversation.
Right. So, but the way people remember Teddy is he started the national park system, speak softly and carry a big stick, kind of enforcing the Monroe Doctrine, the Panama Canal. What was the other thing that he did? Excuse me.
Killed a lot of Native Americans.
Also, trust busting. So like he trust busted. So he wasn't like a pure free market capitalist. He actually went after like the corporate oligarchs. So Teddy was kind of like the ultimate centrist in a lot of ways. He was also the ultimate civic nationalist. And even I did read his like autobiography. And in his autobiography, like in the first 2 or 3 chapters, he's talking about how like anybody can be an American, but he does talk about how Anglo-Saxons are more likely to be Americans than other races. And he like refers to the propensity of each race to become assimilated into the American project.
I wonder if Tolkien read that and that's where he came up with his different races and that.
No shit. Wait, hold on. You're just making something up.
No, I was joking. I was just joking.
Okay, I was like, God damn, Tolkien, that's kind of racist, Fucking, holy shit. But we presume that everybody in 1920 and 1930s and 1940s America was racist. So we kind of grade them on a curve.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
thanks for the call,
to me personally, like, if I was around back then, I would have voted for the guy in a heartbeat, because I've had people that I know tell me, like, I don't think people realize how popular the guy was. He could have ran as a Democrat and everybody would have been like, oh my God. Like, people don't realize too, Truman wanted this guy to be his vice president. He literally was like, please be that. And I've always thought to myself, like, if he was a Democrat, would they have been on board with him in 1953 basically saying segregation is the ultimate sin and it needs to end? Because I'm like, I can't imagine that the Southerners would have been, oh, okay, that's totally cool that he said that.
No. And that's one of the things that like I refer to myself as like a real Republican or whatever. That there's a difference. There's like Republican lore versus Republican gameplay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Republican lore is like, Abraham Lincoln. Republican lore is Teddy Roosevelt and Eisenhower. That's Republican lore.
It's the game
Republican
trailer that
gameplay
comes out a year before the game.
Yeah. Republican gameplay is George W. Bush, military adventurism, neoconservatism, neoliberal economics via Bill Clinton, even though he's not a Republican, but it's argued that he actually fought from like a centrist position on economics. And then also Trump now. So yeah, it's kind of sad how far the Republican Party has fallen, because the lore used to be great. The gameplay has been dog shit for like 45 years.
Of course. But thanks, guys. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much for jumping on. Any final thoughts before we let you go?
Just it's a crazy world out there, and I just hope that one day we can all have peace.
Here, sir.
Beautiful.
There's no reason why people should hate each other.
Yeah, beautiful.
Absolutely.
To end on.
Unless the only person who gets a pass on that is Genghis Khan, because he just hated everybody. He didn't do
right. Yes. Equal opportunity haters. I can respect that.
I always like to say with Genghis Khan, if he liked you, you died later. If he didn't like you, you died first. If he really liked you, well, you died much later than the guy he liked. So.
Indeed. Yeah, Genghis Khan, a man from a different era. Thank you so much, Dark Sage. We should we ended the call before we gave Dark Sage some fake money, but I think that call is deserving a little grift coin. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, what are we thinking here?
Again, minimum 500. So I don't want to give everybody 1,000 because that just feels like we're being nice to everybody.
We can't cheapen the fake currency.
But minimum 500, maybe 750, because he came in with an interesting topic that was on nobody's radar.
Very knowledgeable.
Yep. Yeah. I think 750 is a great number. We like Dwight D. Eisenhower. We give him some grace for being a product of his time. So there's 750 for you, Dark Sage. Thank you so much for jumping in. In the YouTube chat, Dylan says, "Why did we invent nepotism if we don't use it, Connor?"
Well, now we can, because Horse God is a regular, Ruth is a new DGG fan, so now we can use nepotism. But I wanted to be polite. So I have some Christian morality. You know, what you do to the least amongst us is what you do to me. So I didn't know dark sages or dark sages. So I didn't want to bump them because I didn't want to bump Jesus Christ.
Of course.
In this analogy.
Well, I suppose I do want to give some space to Roth and Horse God at some point, but we are desperate for clout here in the marketplace of ideas, and I think that it's time we bring Dylan Burns back to the show.
The man, the myth, the legend. Welcome,
Dylan.
Brother.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We can indeed.
Clear.
Fantastic. How are you doing, Connor?
Well, life is pretty good in general. It's even better now that you're here, King.
Great, fantastic. So I wanted to ask you, is there any scenario where it's AOC versus anybody in the Republican ticket in 2028 where you're going to say, my God, I guess I got to go with the Republicans?
Any Republican. Yeah, absolutely. Mitt Romney, Dan Crenshaw, Chris Christie, Nikki Haley.
Now let's adjust it to somebody that would be likely. Right, in this area, because Chris Christie, of course, that's not likely. Somebody that's possible, even.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I don't think any of these characters are possible, because I think that as much as the MAGA ship is imploding, it does seem like, correct me if I'm wrong, it does seem like the Democrats don't have a strong chance of winning the Senate. If they don't have the Senate, they don't have the capacity to impeach. If they don't have the capacity to impeach, Trump remains in office and the DOJ sweeps the Epstein files through 2028. And basically that means that JD Vance gets to run. The Epstein files will still plague him 100% if they keep it swept through then. But, you know, people are stupid. Right. So they could probably still sweep it.
Now, I am under the firm belief that they have to lose no matter who it is. They could put somebody that's literally a conciliatory option. You know, they go for somebody that's supposed to be more moderate. But if it's somebody who went along with Trumpism in the way that he is trying to besiege our elections right now, trying to say that he has powers that supersede the Constitution when it comes to states managing their own elections, right? That's besides going into any 4th Amendment, 10th Amendment, or any other amendment rights that he's going after right now, that they have to lose, even if it's somebody that would be, I'm more of a traditional conservative. I believe Congress has the power to tariff and tax. I believe XYZ, but I went along with it because, you know, it's the times. I believe that they have to face such a shaking to their core that the party says we have to readjust, or they're going to go along to get along.
That's you just described Marco Rubio for me. And the reason why is because Marco Rubio was probably one of my favorites in 16. But he was correctly called out for staying on teleprompter. Weirdly enough, when he dropped off and did his interviews off teleprompter, I thought he was even more charismatic, more intelligent, more technocratic, more charming, more this, more that. And I was actually hoping that he was going to be the future of the Republican Party. But he has been in charge of the State Department. He's responsible for the dismantling of PEPFAR and USAID. He has arguably caused 3 million to 14 million deaths through preventable death and disease. I don't know how the motherfucker sleeps at night. I really, like, unless he's like actually taking Xanax to ignore the fact that he is technically responsible for the deaths of 3 million to 14 million people. I have no idea how the motherfucker sleeps at night. I really don't.
And I mean, right now, he, compared to other people who have had his position in the past, has actually immense influence relative to previous people who have held this position. It has not been since Henry Kissinger that somebody has held both the position that he has had National Security Advisor and Secretary of State. And Henry Kissinger at the time said, "This is too much. This is but a bad fucking idea." And right now, both positions have a much larger scope than they did at the time Henry Kissinger held the position. So it's not just that Marco Rubio went along to get along; it's that he went along, got more influence, and then went along even harder. We just saw his speech at Davos. I don't know if you heard it or you listened to his themes. He didn't mention Ukraine once, not once in the entirety of the speech. So you could say, oh, well, in the speech, he didn't say Germany is a country full of homosexual migrants and we need to, besiege. No, he didn't say that. But he also is going along to get along on the Trump administration's worst foreign policy failures, including its besieging of the Euro-Atlantic Alliance.
Well, tomorrow I'm on my own channel, so maybe I'll force some real politics onto my audience. They always say that they want it, and then I do it, and then I take a metric hit. So maybe we'll do that. But the point is, the quote that I saw a lot of people spurging out about it, and I think it's worthy of spurging out about, is warriors or soldiers don't die for abstractions. And then he listed 3 abstractions. He listed they die for their people, they die for their country, they die for their ideology. And it's I'm pretty sure those are 3 abstractions, you dipshit. So, and Pete Hegseth was cheering that on Twitter or whatever. And so, yeah, for me, if you're asking me, did Marco Rubio sell his soul sufficiently that he should not be considered a candidate, despite being one of the formerly technocratic princes of the Republican Party? Yeah, probably. But let's say that Hassan Piker is being run for president of the United States of America, and he's doing full-on tanky apologia. And then let's say Marco Rubio has a road to Damascus moment where he's oh, the scales have been lifted from my eyes. I can't believe I participated in the sins of the Trump administration. Day one, I'm going to reveal the Epstein files. As a matter of fact, I saw a video of Donald Trump raping a kid. Fuck that guy. I'm going to override the presidential pardon or something like that, right? And so the chances of that happening are incredibly small. But once again, we're 2 years out. So I want to leave room for the Democrats to seize defeat from the jaws of victory and the Republicans to see the light.
I just don't. I mean, it's not that I think it's impossible for somebody to have that moment. It's just going to be impossible for me to look at that moment genuinely.
Yeah,
I mean, you would have to, in the scenario, we would have to look at Marco Rubio and know that he's truly reformed, and he also isn't going to make decisions that's going to put us back on the path of normalcy, quote unquote, that led to Donald Trump in the first place, which of course is going to be one of my main concerns of a Marco Rubio presidency. So I mean, it's just impossible to see somebody who participated in this and
I didn't think he was a snake 10 years ago. I think he's proven that in the past 2 to 3 years through the Trump administration, he's proven that he's willing to sell his soul for power.
I also wanted to throw out, you were talking about earlier, about gun rights and the Second Amendment in the Democratic Party. I do want to throw out there, I was in Minneapolis. I filmed there for a week. I filmed ICE activity, a lot of the police scuffles at night, and walked around and filmed ICE. They didn't seem too happy to see me. But when I was doing my work over there and I met the people who were showing up to, be outside the Whipple building where ICE is located and going outside every day, a lot of those people are union workers, working class people, old people, young people, a very diverse crowd. And when I say diverse, I don't mean diverse in the sense of here is a list of character traits that you would be going through on a recruitment sheet, like black, white. I mean, there were people there who are conservatives. There were people there who are gun rights people. There are people there that would be Antifa black people, all in the same place. Maybe not at the same time. The conservative types would leave before the black people would start, going back and forth with the police in detail, so to speak. But what I'm saying is, I do think that by the Trump administration overplaying their hand, while it will be difficult to maintain that long-term gun rights support due to this long-term position in the Democratic Party, it does show a potential opening for, let's say, more gruffy Democrats from areas where it's not really that friendly to say, I want to destroy, the activity you do out on the farm with your kids in the mountains or whatever, when you don't think the government should be fucking bothering you. I do think it can open up an opportunity. I would like to see more gruffy Democrats in favor of gun rights.
My Oilers have done enough, so I am not asking for any oil from my Oilers or Chippers. However, Not only do I agree with you, I would like to be a part of it. I had a conversation with Hutch 2 days ago, Friday, I don't know. But basically, he bought his dad got him his first gun because he was interested in guns. It's like a Colt Anaconda or a Colt Python. It's like a 357, like 8-inch barrel revolver. It's amazing. Totally unpractical. Then he bought like a practical concealed weapons pistol, but he said that he's been like learning about guns, learning about marksmanship, safety, all that kind of stuff. But he's learning about it from a liberal perspective. And from a liberal perspective, I would just say skeptical about private civilian firearms ownership, skeptical about hostility to gun control, skeptical about the gun porn narratives that the right wing seems to reinforce all the time. So seriously, if I could find like a multimillionaire, I don't even need a multimillionaire. I need like a multi-100,000-aire, but a multi-100,000-aire with expendable income who's willing to back like a long-term pro-gun liberal content, I would fucking hammer that shit. Like, I'd be on that shit like white on rice.
I think there's two things that you need. Number one is you're going to need somebody who's authentic. You can't have somebody going out there doing the type of Republican ads where they're like blowing up shit with an AR-15 and like, this is what I think of your fucking bill to stop choking turtles to death. Bam, bam, bam. Something like that, right? We can't do that. So it has to be something. I don't want to say it's just like Zoran Mamdani, where like we have a politician like filming a TikTok video with the AR-15, but something more like that. Also, I do think it would be better if in this moment they could connect it to the fact of, hey, look, this is the example of people like Alex Preddy. This is an example of somebody where people's individual gun rights do correlate like across different police enforcement interactions. We can talk about Philando Castile. There are a bunch of examples that don't necessarily ruffle the feathers of left-wingers that you could point to where individual people's gun rights were trampled upon, and we're not talking about like some boogaloo boy militiamen that wanted to like, do some revolution in the woods or whatever, right? That's not what they're imagining. And the last thing, we need policy wonkery. If you could go out there and say, look, I'm in favor of gun control, but what are the majority of these shootings happening with, right? Are we talking about this AR-15s because they're scary? Or are we talking about what's actually producing the majority of shooting deaths? And where are the majority of these mass shooting deaths coming from? They're coming from pistols that have some amount of device on them, usually referred to as a switch, to speed up rapid fire, drive-by shoot. How do you stop this type of gun violence? How do you find areas where there's actually high amounts of gun crime, and you try to limit those types of guns that are producing that type of outcome in the hands of criminals versus like some ATF agent having to go through the backwoods to find Uncle Billy and his like crazy 100 rifle collection that never bothered anyone in 50 years.
Bruh, if I was able to cut off a single fire like a body part that wasn't going to kill me perpetually, but if I could like slice off my pinky right now as a sacrifice to the gods in order to secure enough financing in order to run that kind of content, I would do it immediately. And the reason why I just articulated in case anybody else is passionate. By the way, Ruth in your back chat, I'm like 90% sure is actually a guy who's local to me, who's a liberal, who's never touched a gun before. And we're actually talking about doing this content because I don't have enough money to pay for Hutch to fly out to Orlando, and I don't want to force him to fly me out to LA. But the point is like, I want to approach it. So I think I'm more conservatarian. I have more conservative instincts. I have more libertarian instincts, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas there are liberals who are taking guns more seriously because of the culture that we're in right now. So I basically would want to talk about the safety rules, treat every weapon as if it were loaded, never point at anything you don't intend to shoot, keep your finger straight and off the trigger until you're ready to fire, know what's in front of your target and behind it. And we would want to enforce that at the beginning and end of like each episode. But then we would also want to avoid the gun porn of the current industry where effectively it's like, look at this cool gun. We're going to shoot it for the next 3 minutes. And then you blast through like $1,000 worth of ammo within 90 seconds. It looks amazing. I watched that gun porn. But the point would actually be like, educational to try to drive it home that liberals don't need to be scared of guns. Progressives and leftists don't need to be scared of guns. And actually, if they educated themselves on these topics, then not only would they be able to advocate better policy wonkery, as you said it, but they also just would probably be less scared of their neighbors and more understanding of the law. So yeah, that's what I want to do. And once again, if Democratic DNC operative with $250,000 is listening, then feel free to hit me up. My DMs are open.
I mean, if you got somebody that could really learn policy wonker, I mean, hey, even if you wanted to be the gun grabber, if you go out there and policy wonk, you actually learn about guns, then you can actually look at the social media videos, say, hey, that attachment isn't legal. You could do that, but most of the people who want to do that don't even know that much about guns in the first place.
Yeah, the culture and the market isn't there for it. You'd have to be developing it, and that's why you'd probably have to have some sort of backer to make it.
Well,
give it
Ruth,
legs.
Ruth Reuth. If it's the same guy that I was speaking to, once again, somebody with the same name, they DM'd me within the past week after my conversation with Hutch. We're gonna go out to my friend owns a property where we can shoot guns on it. My friend also is a gun collector, so he has revolvers, semi-autos, bolt actions, lever actions, AR-15s, all that kind of stuff. And so we're like, if I was a gun virgin and I was not scared, but if I was reticent about guns, I'm going to teach him what I would want to know as a gun virgin reticent about guns.
What about drone training? When are we going to do that?
See, dude, weirdly enough, you're the subject matter expert on that, where the next generation of counterinsurgency and insurgent warfare, you have more training in that topic than I do. I can teach people how to like fist fight and how to shoot guns. I probably would be giving horrible advice in reference to counter drone tactics. So you're actually the subject matter expert on that one.
Hey, for everybody at home, you know, for just about $60 or $70, you can buy a drone training platform on Steam right now that a lot of Ukrainian pilots use. It's free. Well, it's not free, but I mean, you know, $70, and that's it's right there. They have like obstacle courses and all crazy stuff, and you know, it's free.
Wait, what?
Anybody can go grab it.
You just get like basic flying skills for a quadcopter, but it's a video game.
It's basically, yeah, it's a video game. It's a video game. You have to go buy a actual like drone controller. You can't use like a PlayStation or Xbox controller or anything like that. You have to go buy an actual controller. But that plus the game, and you have a bunch of training software on it that people use all the time. Yeah, and it's on Steam. It's on Steam. It's on Steam of all places.
Did they have a
dude?
level
All our parents,
yes, yeah, I believe they do.
We could remake the toilet scene from your movie where.
Oh God!
I'm sorry. That's
the toilet
morbid.
But they straight up, like, they, you know, all our parents were yelling at us like, oh, you know, get off of the Call of Duty controller. It's not like that, blah, 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 blah. And then here Dylan Burns is 20 years later and he's like, go buy the drone controller and play this video game. It's just like this.
Unironically, I'll go out there, and the gamers out there are the best drone pilots. I mean, I'm not trying to say that like if you play video games, this is now trained. Obviously, if you play like GTA, that doesn't translate to you being able to deliver a drone on impact on a shaky screen and like windy conditions with a drone put together by somebody who might have had a little too much. I don't think that is a 1-to-1 jump, but the scene he was just talking about, I don't know if you watched the movie, Connor, but it's about about the Battle of Pokrovsk. And in the scene, there's a guy who kills a man in a porta potty who was hiding there with a Hello Kitty patch on, and it was surreal to just watch a man
patch on his actual uniform.
Kill somebody wearing like Hello Kitty merch. It was very surreal. But the guy's name was Lobster.
I'm sorry. In person or with the drone?
With the drone.
In person. I watched it happen in person, but I mean, it was like he killed him with a drone.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I was asking. Because, like, dude, no, if you have a fucking bayonet and you go into the fucking porta shitter and there's a guy fucking standing there with a fucking Hello Kitty tattoo and you stab that guy while he's taking a dump, you're a fucking asshole. Now, blowing it up with a drone, you're still an asshole. But like, I get it. It's not as.
He was hiding in the porta potty. You know, it's war. Stuff like that happens. But the guy's name was Lobster, which was his Ukrainian gamer tag. And all these gamers out there, they have good, fast hand-eye coordination. They're able to operate these drones much better. And so, yeah, gamers do much better. They tried 50 and 60-year-old drone pilots. Most of them do not succeed. It's the younger gamer generation that is really killing it.
And I think you said his gamer tag was Lobster because...
Lobster.
Yeah, because his fingers were as good as claws, meaning not very good. So it was actually a gamer tag.
But still better than somebody in their 50s and 60s.
Better than the boomers.
So even a mediocre gamer
rise up. Pilot? Was this the pilot or the target?
The pilot was wearing the pink armband.
And no. He was the pilot was the one wearing Hello Kitty.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
It's a great scene. Okay.
I've asked the question and I think you answered it, but I just want to confirm. Okay. There was a pilot named Lobster.
Yes.
He went to go take a shit and he was
No.
wearing Hello
No,
Kitty
no, no,
merchandise.
no, 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 no.
First
He was
base.
wearing Hello Kitty merchandise, and he saw a Russian in a porta potty hiding on the front. And so he and basically like 4 other drone teams decided to make it the worst shit of his life and the last shit of his life.
We don't
That
know that he
is
was pinching a loaf, do we?
horrific.
Was he actually making, or was he just hiding?
Did we confirm
Well,
that?
I mean, he could have been taking a shit, but it looked like he was probably just hiding.
Yeah, in that scene, they had just used a Molotov to flush out the cover that they were in, and that's where I think that guy ran. There might have been more people, but he ended up there, and they took him out like the guy in Jurassic Park. It was his.
I mean, if he wasn't intending to take a shit, he probably ended up doing so, unfortunately. Well, I mean, listen, it is morbid, but such is the reality of war.
Nonetheless true.
Uh,
But
Dylan,
Dylan, I want to hang out with you forever, but I don't want to abuse our fellow
Well,
colleagues.
I did have one last question. That I'm going to say because I can abuse the system.
please.
Do you think the World War II mythos is dead? Because I'm not as religious as you, but if I would say when you look at like American history, the blood sacrifice of America's boys during that war, much like in the aftermath of the Civil War, was viewed almost in a religious sensation. It was seen as such a contribution. Never again. What did we die for? And we created a lot of ideas for what we died for. We died for freedom. We died for the free world. We died to crusade against this type of murder machine. Do you think that mythos is dead and the murderer is the Trump administration?
Millennials are the last, in my opinion, and maybe I'm just speaking for myself, I'm the last torchbearer. Millennials who had World War II grandparents are the last torchbearers of the World War II mythos. And I do think it's dying with us. I also think that the irreverence of the internet age and the vulgarity of the internet age has like stolen the gravitas of that entire like I would even call it like intergenerational like trauma and ritualistic passing down of the trauma of World War II. So what I would say, it's dead for Zoomers, but I think we need to, that doesn't mean that we should allow them. I think there's an advantage. Sorry that I'm cutting myself off, but I think there's an advantage to that lack of memory. And what I mean by that is the new generation doesn't have to, my grandparents were traumatized. My parents were traumatized by my grandparents. I, in turn, was traumatized by my parents and grandparents in reference to the Cold War and World War II. And there's important lessons that they taught, like, don't let the world get out of control, because if you try to clean it up after the fact, that's a million times worse. Like an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And we have forgotten that. Trump's forgotten that. The Republican Party has forgotten that. Zoomers have forgotten that. And so I don't think that we're going to be able to pass on the torch proverbially of the trauma of the Cold War and World War II. I kind of think that's a fool's errand, especially with the irreverence of the internet age. But I do think it's important to stand by the ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We have more global moral responsibilities, and the hundreds of thousands or millions of people that are being killed by the Trump administration, they're abstractions to us, because they're not real, because they died in Ukraine, or they died in Africa, or they died in, the Middle East or North Africa. But we need to make that real for the American people, the way that the Israel-Palestine conflict was real for the Zoomer generation. Because
how do we make it real without a conflict?
But the Zoomer, real quick, the Zoomer generation doesn't treat Ukraine like it's real, doesn't treat like PEPFAR and USAID cuts are real. They treat every single Palestinian as like a martyr to a holy cause that they don't even believe in. So that's the kind of thing that we need to communicate.
How do we communicate a message like this without having to go through another national trauma? Do we pull from the history books, or do we pull from an event that's going on currently?
We might have to suffer. We might have to suffer first. And what I mean by that is the naivete of the American people to choose Donald Trump over Kamala Harris and expecting that he was going to deliver the golden age of the American golden age economy. They're fucking suffering right now. And then same thing with Europe, with Ukraine suffering. Ukrainians are the ones that are suffering. Unfortunately, they're white. If they were browner, maybe we would care more, which is weird, because it used to be the opposite. We used to care more about white people than we cared about brown people. But the Yeah, we're gonna have to suffer. I hate to say it, but that's the short answer.
Okay, thank you for bringing me on. I appreciate it. I get 2 million Griffcoin, I think, right? 2 million, 3 million.
Well, maybe, yeah,
1,000 or 1,000 to 1,500, maybe $2,000 because maybe 2,000 because he's a VIP.
Let's give James, get your thought in there real quick.
Give me a sec to recollect it. So, just give me a sec, boys. I'm not used to the live stream.
While James,
you're going to give me 4 million Griffcoin.
We're going to determine the amount of Griffcoin to give you. While James is pondering what his point was, if you want to check out the scene we were talking about, you can find Frontline of 1 year on the Pokrov's Frontline. I almost said that properly at Dylan Burns TV. And then Dylan, you've also got is it ice fishing in Minnesota? Is that the name of the next one?
Ice fishing in Minneapolis is going to be the name of the next one. I just finished the script. I was actually finishing the last lines of everything and doing the voiceovers as I saw Counter was going on, and I said, I gotta harass this man.
Beautiful.
So we can look forward to seeing it soon, then, yeah.
Hopefully by the end of the month.
Looking forward to it. All right.
Absolutely.
So what I was thinking was, we're talking about how do these traumas stay alive, and there's the people that first experienced it. And then there's going to be the way that transmits into the further generations. And we're starting to lose that. And I think the way that we've generally kept these sort of further intergenerational wisdoms alive is through storytelling and fiction. And I think maybe that's the way that we need to have a vibrant culture. You know, the next Marvel movie needs to have considerations for these sort of things, you know. The great stories that we tell our societies is how we can keep this further intergenerational wisdom alive. That's what
I think we have done that to a degree. So, for instance, I can cite a ton of excellent media. Band of Brothers, The Pacific. Saving Private Ryan. We Were Soldiers. Schindler's List. All that kind of stuff. There's a ton of great art.
We talked about, yeah.
Yeah, there's a ton of great art, but I think that there's something about the internet with the high speeds and short form content that makes it irreverent. And by the way, like, I enjoy it too. I enjoy shit posts too. But I think that we need to understand that the way that we sorry.
Uh-oh.
I was muted on my StreamYard while I went on an impassioned rant. So the way that media, long form media like Band of Brothers, The Pacific, etc., kind of like you said, like art, can carry this trauma and the lessons learned and all that kind of stuff, and it can impart it to a new generation. That's true. But I think that we're gonna have to get pretty smart about media diets for kids. And we're going to have to educate them because basically we don't care what people put in their brains. They could put trash in their brains. They could put amazing things in their brains. It doesn't matter. We let people do whatever they want with their conscience. But I almost think that we probably need to study the effects of people's media diets from a health analytical standpoint and give the public feedback on it. We're probably the equivalent of like the social media McDonald's generation that went from like organic food to mass production fast food. And we're probably going to suffer like social, psychological, and physical diseases from the way that we consume information. And we're going to have to be smart about it going forward. And yeah, and just as an example, like Charlie Kirk, man, like I laughed at the Charlie Kirk memes. I thought they were funny when they had like Epstein as a robot calling in that the Jews were going to shoot Charlie Kirk, and then Charlie Kirk becomes a robot and flies over to the assassin's perch and like beats up like an Orthodox Jewish guy. I thought that shit was hysterical, but the dude was dead for like 72 hours before I'm laughing about an AI video about how he was killed by the Jews. Like it's kind of like it's just total brain rot. Kyle's fucking losing it.
Yeah, that I mean, it's awful, but it is funny. It just is. It's undeniable, and as evidenced by my laughter. Dylan, did you have any final thoughts on that topic before we let you go?
I mean, the only thing I would add is it's not only the way the content is being served, where a lot of people are trading in longer form content. I mean, movies used to have intermissions. They used to have intermissions. They were not consumed in the 60-second YouTube Shorts format. They were consumed in actually their completion. but it's also the availability of the content. Where as a content creator, you're not just competing with like 30 channels, you're competing with the entirety of all content that has ever been made. And so when you have like a really important historical lesson that could place upon you the sacrifices made by your forefathers and the torch given to you that has to be lit again if it is to stay, if it is to stay alive, it is a lot easier to watch, hoes fight on Instagram. It's like or whatever it is.
Dylan, so if I was like a multi-millionaire capable of like backing projects or whatever, so what I would do is I would back you writing a screenplay about, like, have you ever seen the movie Screamers?
I haven't.
Okay, Screamers is a 1980s sci-fi where they're on a different planet away from Earth, and they created AI machines that are designed to like rip humans apart, and they like scream before they do so. But the AI evolves, and so they start creating like humanoid screamers. They start creating like, little screamers that burrow in the ground super quickly. And I think it taps into something like really. I was talking to somebody about this the other day. Drones they go into something really primal, like really deep. Like the fear of being mauled by a fucking panther is the same fear of being attacked by a drone. And so effectively what I would do is I would like get you to collate all of the anxieties and fears of the Ukrainian war, and then rewrite the movie Screamers, and then try to like capture the fear and terror of the Ukrainian war, like you're taking a fucking dump, and then a fucking robot panther fucking, shreds your fucking shitter and mauls you to death while you're taking a shit. I've
thought about this, sure. And this will be the last thing I think I'll say. My idea is, after the war's over, immediately going into one of these trenches, seeing if I can get a deal so I can like kind of basically rent or own the plot of land where it's on, and then filming a full movie within just basically like 50 meters. You stay in the 50 meters, you're here. As drones go, as the front line moves, as your position gets encircled, then unencircled, then re-encircled. And I think it would be that would be interesting project.
Fire. And if I had millions of dollars, I would absolutely back that shit.
Yeah. Well, maybe
if anybody in the chat has millions of dollars, I'd really
I was going to say, maybe once more people start seeing your work, you'll be able to have that kind of clout in the documentary space. Dylan, thank you so much for coming back and spending some time with us, chatting with Connor. We hope to see you again, and we definitely need to be giving you a substantial amount of grift coin, I think. 10,000. Wow. 5 digits worth of grift coin just because Dylan's a swinging dude, I suppose.
Trump's negotiation works, actually. You go in there, tell the IRS, give you $10 billion. Maybe they'll give you $500 million. You never know.
We gave him 10 times the limit we'd established because he did that. That's the art of the deal right there, brothers.
Well, we might have gotten swindled, but maybe we'll justify it by Dylan being a good sport with us last week, and by coming in and giving us a little bit of extra clout today.
Yeah,
so
I did want to give you credit. You are streaming tonight.
Yeah, we are.
I do want to give you credit.
The correct channel and everything. See, we're a professional show.
One step at a time.
We're totally not Groypers.
We got this,
yeah,
baby.
But you're not Groypers.
Yeah, no, we're not.
Oh, no, I can't.
It's like a triple up. It'll.
There's Dylan Burns rage quitting the show after learning that we are not indeed Groypers.
Yeah.
Maybe
he thought he was here to convert the dirty Groypers, but once he realized there's too much common ground, no reason to be here.
Indeed.
Dylan's a good egg.
Well, we've got 4 callers in the roster, but we have limited time. Connor, how are you?
No. Let's run them. Let's run them. So
we've got
5 to 10 minutes each. If they've been waiting for that long in order to join, I want to talk to them.
Absolutely.
And I think waiting the longest has been Real Serious. Although I did see Real Serious.
Bring him in. He's my Argentinian friend.
All right.
He drops 1,500 Argentinian pesos in my chat, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so rich. And then he's like, that's $1.50.
Well, I want to make sure that we're not skipping over anybody who's bid money to get ahead of the call-in list, and nobody has. So it looks like we're going to go with Real Serious. For those of you waiting, you might want to bid some grift coins so that you can get called on first, but we will try and get through all of you.
We're going to get through all 4 of these gentlemen.
All right. Well, we don't know that they're all gentlemen. Might be women, might be scoundrels. Let's find out. Real serious. You're on the marketplace of ideas. Thanks for hanging out for a while. Are you a gentleman, a scoundrel, or other?
Oh, we're almost
Figured it out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Welcome in.
Hello.
Hi there.
I was gonna say before I hop on with my question, you guys were talking about media and representation of like real life conflicts in media nowadays, and I'm sure you probably have heard of the like Superman thing where they essentially kill Netanyahu. But have you guys seen Zootopia 2?
The
I
deep
haven't.
lore of
I've seen
Zootopia 2 is about to be
Zootopia 1.
unfolded.
I watched Superman, but I didn't watch Zootopia 2.
There's I'm gonna spoil it in case anybody cares, but there's essentially the plot is reptiles in Zootopia's city basically don't live there because they are seen as dangerous, and they live like in this sort of desert area of the city. And there are these lynxes in the city that are like this rich class that have sort of created the means for the city to subsist. But then there's a reptile that goes into the city. It's a snake, and then the plot goes on that they explain that no, actually, like we were here first. So I guess like you can see what the connection is there.
Yeah.
It's Israel Palestine in
Israel
Zootopia.
Palestine in Zootopia. I swear to God, please watch Zootopia 2, and you will see how it.
I can't wait.
Hold on. But I'm not challenging you at all. But you're kind of taking a position that I saw get dogged on the internet. So you're talking about like the new Superman movie, right? So in the new Superman movie, there are people who are insisting that the fictional conflict is set in an Israel-Palestine analog. And then there's people who are saying like, no, you're totally schizophrenic. You're reading into it way too much. And Drew Pavlu got like memed on it super hard because he thought that the map of the fictional countries were like analogs to the Eastern Mediterranean. And then somebody was like, no, that blue portion isn't the ocean. It's another country.
Oh no.
So wait. So is it Israel-Palestine or is it not?
They're fake countries.
Yeah, I don't read into it that much. I think it's just like obvious. It's like an oppressee situation, and it's like who else are you killing there? Like maybe they made him. Maybe they made the guy like bald and with a bit of hair, so they could say it's like either Putin or Netanyahu. I don't know.
Okay, but this is my frustration, and this is my frustration with dragons. Have you guys seen how like in modern media, oftentimes monsters or dragons or scary creatures are portrayed as like misunderstood forces that must be tamed? And that's like the narrative for the past like 20 or 30 years.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, well, from Jordan Peterson Jungian perspective, that's like a total fucking like it's a total dick way to look at the world, because dragons are supposed to be like the embodiment of threat, because they're aerial predators because they have wings. They're like ocean predators because they're like reptilians similar to a crocodile or an alligator, and then they're land predators because oftentimes they have legs, and so they're supposed to be like just like the embodiment of threat. And so what I don't like, because I feel like it's a really feminine coded story. I got really sexist with my thematic analysis of the movie Moana, which I love Moana, but the climax of Moana is once again, the Maui, the demigod, has set up or upset the natural order. Nature's out of balance, so everything's getting destroyed. So there's a giant lava monster that you have to fight. But then instead of the lava monster tries to crush her to death multiple times. But the end of the movie is just her like, oh, you're just misunderstood, lava monster. I'm going to sing and give you your crystal back. And I'm like, dude, if this was a movie made for boys, they would have been like slashing the head off of the lava monster.
It's the equivalent of Beauty and the Beast and them taming the... Have any of you guys seen those TikToks where they show little kids like when the beast turns back into a human and the little girls are like, oh, turn him back.
Yeah, but then that kind of goes into like a woman's thing too, where like, oftentimes in female media, particularly with like vampires and werewolves and like monster fucker fiction series and all that kind of stuff, like it seems like females are obsessed with taming the beasts,
The dangerous
to
force.
be their beasts.
Mm.
But then I think what happens in real life is people realize that beasts are actually a lot more horrifying than they're portrayed in fiction.
A lot more work than they're worth.
Well, I think there's a good theme
Yeah.
in there about, facing something that you thought was a big scary thing. That there's that version of the trope that you probably wouldn't be as mad about as, you think there's the big scary thing, you confront it, it's not so scary, Maybe this is just a version of that where it's these forces in the universe that seem big and scary and maybe even predatory aren't always what they seem.
Dude, but hold on. Snurgle J. Pickleflarf says something really relevant. He says, "Are you talking about my dick again?"
We always were.
It's very scary until you
always was.
But this
It's
is where I
dicks
want to
all
get
the way
like,
down.
but I want to get a little anti-SJW about it, because do you guys remember how the classic like 1992 Little Mermaid ends? Do you remember how Ursula is defeated?
They stab Ursula with a ship. Do they not?
With a giant wooden ship.
Yeah,
Dude,
right.
they're in the vortex. Ursula has become a giant, like Neptune-style demigod. And then I think his name is Eric. Eric has this splintered boat with the I don't even know what the bow thing is called, but like the point on the bow has been like fractured and splintered. And so he goes full speed and rams Ursula in the chest and impales her to death with a giant wooden ship. And he didn't talk to her. He didn't give her a crystal.
Sometimes
He
the
didn't say
answer
she was
is love
misunderstood.
and understanding, and sometimes the answer is ramming it with a giant ship. What could I say?
Yes, dude. But like that, but that's actually what I'm saying is like there's some classic Disney stories where the solution is violence. And I miss that.
That is called a bowsprit, apparently. That little point at the end of the
What is it called?
A bowsprit? A bowsprit, I suppose.
Okay.
Bowsprit?
Sprit.
Sprit.
BOWSPRIT.
Okay, great.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Well,
thanks for the fact check.
Indeed.
He murders her with a bowsprit.
Indeed, he does.
Sometimes that's the answer, is murdering someone with your ship. But sometimes
Real
it's
serious,
understanding it, Connor. Sometimes it's about love. Sometimes you can love the tentacle monster.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you as lefties fucking love tentacle monsters. So sorry, real serious.
Fan,
we
so,
totally co-opted your media analysis. Sorry.
Yeah,
No.
And I think you might have even had another. Was there a different question that you actually?
No, I think I derailed the conversation at first with the Zootopia thing, but I was gonna ask about the JD Vance stuff, because I was sort of dissing Connor in his chat a while ago, but I think Lethal Lance made basically all my points for me, so I didn't want to reiterate that. So I did just kind of want to ask, because I know Connor likes to talk about geopolitics. And I happen to, I think, be the only non-US person here so far, to just basically get your takes on like US geopolitics during Trump's admin in regards to South America thus far, and not just Venezuela, but like in general.
Well, so Bill Barr has this famous quote that I always repeat, which is effectively when Bill Barr was out of grace with the Trump administration, he says, if you like Trump's policies, he's the last person that you want to execute them, because he'll do it in such a stupid way that he's going to create blowback for said policies, and therefore you're not going to be able to achieve your goals. And that's how I feel about the Central and South American policy. So as an example, if we wanted to increase collaboration with law enforcement and military in Central and South America in order to counter narcotics trafficking, counter terrorist organizations, counter criminal organizations, if we wanted to back governments not in an exploitive way, but in a collaborative way to try to like take on the cartels, I would actually take, and maybe this is cringe to say, but I do feel it. I was moved by the TV series Narcos, where effectively it seemed like everything was based off of plata or plomo, right? Silver or lead. And so you really only have two options as a working class person or a police officer or an EMT. You either take money or you get killed or you're willing to kill. Those are like your three options. And so for me, knowing that that's like the material deprivation that's common, at least in Colombia in the 1980s, but I can't, I literally talked to a Colombian girl today, and she was still saying that there's similar material deprivation nowadays. That's how I would want to approach it. Like, why did we dump trillions of dollars into Iraq and Afghanistan, trying to nation build in Iraq and Afghanistan, when we could be nation building our own neighbors to mutual benefit? I could keep yapping for like another 30 minutes, but I'll let you react to that first. Real serious.
Yeah, no, that's more so in line with what I had in mind, because it's been like big news here in Argentina that recently we signed a sort of free trade-ish agreement with the U.S. Where we sort of let you guys import like a ton of shit. Basically, we, just to give you an idea, like we pay like essentially double for cars than what you do in the US usually, and the same goes for like electronics. Like I had to like import my buy my video cards and stuff from like Amazon, and it was like substantially cheaper than it would have been for me just like buying it here because of like taxes and stuff. But I do think that that's like probably the way to go about things. And yeah, I think it's basically like, I feel like the only reason why that's happening here though is because our president is literally sucking Trump's cock 24/7, as you might have seen on, which I'm like, I'm not. Yeah. Well, it's the truth, because I'm not like 100% for it, but I'm also not 100% against it, because if it's something that, hey, if it gets us to a point where we need to be, yeah. But we're in between a rock and a hard place in terms of like, we either do that or we accept basically preparedness, which
it's
are
tough
like
to figure out how to resist it, because the first rat doesn't get to get any of the benefits. They just get wrecked, and it's tough for everybody to stand up to it, because it doesn't help until everybody's standing up together.
Is your president Javier Milei, or am I being racist?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. Yeah, it's Milei.
Could be
Okay.
both.
So yeah, like, I mean, that's the reputation. I mean, I'll just speak about it from like a Republican's perspective, from like, I was born in the late 80s. So there isn't, at least from my parents, there isn't like a hostility to Hispanic people. As a matter of fact, there's almost like an admiration, especially from like an Irish background, towards like Latin American immigrants to the United States, because effectively, like, we expect that the Latin Americans who are coming to the United States are the hardest working people who are looking for economic opportunity. So there's not a lot of hostility towards Hispanic immigrants, at least in my sphere. But what I would say is that when it comes to Latin American countries in the South, typically, or South and Central America, what's typically thought of is that the kind of paralyzed, stagnant welfare state with hyperinflation that we use to vilify socialist societies like China or the Soviet Union in the early 20th century.
It exists here.
We basically view Latin America as like the bastard offspring of those like well-intended but horribly executed ideas. And so actually the fear with mass immigration from Latin America into the United States, the fear is that, or at least I think a Republican fear is that if they welcome in tons of socialists from Central and South America, we'll effectively mass import our own stagflation, socialist nanny state, corrupt, decrepit, failed state.
Yeah, with the caveat that you guys are getting all of the best immigrants that are fleeing those countries. And like, it's the Venezuela example, right? Like Argentina is in a similar situation because we have a ton of Venezuelan immigrants, but most of them go to Brazil and Colombia, and Brazil and Colombia are the ones that have seen rises in crime due to these, because of they border Venezuela, right? So they're getting like the poorest people who can only like get to like the next country and cross the border barely, and they have to stay there. We're getting the people who can afford a plane ticket, and the same goes for the U.S.
Yeah, I also think there's a lot of very stereotypically beautiful places in Argentina and Chile and Colombia. But so obviously, like I think a collaborative relationship would be best. But then when I mention the countries that are like opposed to the United States of America, I can count the ones off the top of my head. I don't even mention North Korea most of the time because I view it as like a vassal state of China, even though it's its own hermit kingdom. But it's really like North Korea, China, Iran, Russia, Venezuela. Those are the countries that are not in our orbit from the commercial, military, like empire perspective. And so I don't think that the United States is really going to heavily invest in national development in Central and South America until the socialist regime in Venezuela is deposed.
Yeah.
I just don't think they're going to be interested because effectively, if that sentiment is still popular in Central and South America, why would we do broad investment if the governments run the risk of having leftists put in power who then nationalize all of the resources and then bring about a new era of stagnant, decrepit, failed state status?
Funnily enough, you mentioned Iraq, Connor, but it was actually Bush. I can't remember during which, like, I think it was like the Council of the Americas or something. That there's like video online that you can find. It's an example we like on the right wing in here we cite all the time. There's this video where they're discussing the potential for a free trade agreement between the Mercosur, which is like the alliance of South American countries, and the U.S. And this was like during the rise of the pink tide. So you can see Hugo Chavez there. You can see Lula da Silva. You can see Nestor, which was our like left-wing president for that time. And everybody just wholeheartedly rejected it because they didn't want American like commercial domination or whatever. And Bush at one point is like dumbfounded, and he's like, I don't understand, because like we are trying to help you guys. We are trying to like build something together, and you guys are just like slapping our hand away. So and I think that probably carried over in Republican sentiment, and they're like, okay, so why would we even try anymore?
Well, and that's the thing too. There is a little bit of racism. I think there's a little bit of racism inherent in it, which is like, okay, well, you guys made your shitty bed, so you have to sleep in it. And I think that's the attitude towards like Central and South America. It's like, especially with like Mexico as an example. The silver or lead strategy is pretty common in Mexico, where it's just kind of known that if you're a local government official who isn't on the take, you are liable to be killed. There was actually an incredible documentary about the cartels that was released on Netflix probably 5 or 10 years ago, and they were following a guy who was singing. He was like a paid pop star by the cartels in Sinaloa. And he was singing about murdering cops and AK-47s and RPGs and all this kind of shit. And while they're following this guy who's effectively becoming like a millionaire pop star off of cartel wealth, they're also following a crime scene investigator who does not have a weapon because the government does not issue crime scene investigators weapons. And he has to go to homicides to investigate them. He's had CSI techs who have routinely been like murdered. He's lost friends on the job. He's getting paid dog shit. And then eventually the documentary ends and the CSI tech gets murdered. And that's the end. That's the end of the movie. The end of the movie is in like a lowly paid, honest, honorable government official who was risking life and limb, who had friends who were killed, who was not benefiting off of the drug war at all, is strapped down by his government in order to not be able to defend himself, and he's ultimately murdered. And it's like, in what world is that justice? In what world does that make sense? But then, like Americans look at that and they're like, why would you ever tolerate that? Why would you ever tolerate your government prohibiting from keeping you from having private arms? And I'm sorry for yapping a little bit, but I want to make this point because it was from Stream earlier. Stream earlier today, we talked about how the anti-fighting rules in high school, they reduced the amount of fights that happened, but it emboldened bullies because bullies knew that they could endlessly shit talk and antagonize other students. But if the other students ever stood up for themselves, then both of them got in trouble. And that's kind of the way that I view that situation in Mexico. It's like your governments are effectively the people who restrain you from doing the things that's necessary in order to reclaim a civil society.
Real serious. Can we get your final thoughts on this matter? We have a couple other callers that we want to get to, but I want to make sure you get the last word here.
Sure thing. It was basically just like a small exchange of ideas. Connor did mention something about a documentary. I'm trying to remember the name of another documentary that I saw, but I do recommend it. It's also about the narco wars in Mexico, and it blew my mind when I saw it. I think it was like Oscar nominated or something. I still can't remember the name, but it's essentially about a doctor in a small town in Mexico, and he just got fed up with the cartels and with like all of the politicians being in the pocket of the cartels. So he got his guns and he got out with a bunch of other people, and they started to do like a Punisher squad and hunt down the cartels. And in between, the documentary like actually interviews members of the cartels and stuff. And it so happens that this doctor actually is in the position at one point during which he has to decide if they already successfully beat back the cartels. So what happens to the drug trade now? So they take over the drug trade.
Is that Cartel Land? Is that the documentary?
Yes, it's about? Cartel Land. Yes.
There we go. Well, very cool.
Yeah.
Well, hey,
sorry, real quick. I know we got other people we got to get to, but what I was going to say is I think the plata or plomo strategy works both ways. So if I was appointed dictator of America, real quick, for Central and South America, my policy would be I go to the cartels and I say, we need this much like coca products, like cocaine products, in order to synthesize the global stock of anesthetic. We need this much whatever in order to synthesize the global stock of whatever drugs that we can make out of coca or marijuana or whatever. And so we will make the cartels that are currently illegal, we will make you billionaires with a B. We will make you kings of industry within your own countries. However, you are not allowed to participate in the black market. You are responsible for any black market trade within your sphere of influence. And if the black market trade continues and it's in your area of influence, if we find out that you're complicit in it, then we're sending the Navy SEALs in order to kill you inside your house. And we're going to find somebody else who's going to take over the billionaire, like the $1 billion pharmaceutical industry generated by coca and marijuana cultivation in South and Central America. So you're not ending the drug war. What you're doing is you're integrating the drug lords into a modern economy, and then you're using the plata or plomo strategy yourself in order to not end the drug war, but normalize it, integrate it. I don't know what word works best.
Bring it one step closer to a normal functioning economy rather than a criminal state, sure.
If we can.
Yeah.
Real serious, thank you so much for coming on. We should probably figure out how much grift coin Real Serious should be getting.
We could do a currency swap if you want. Like
yeah, you think maybe some
his Argentinian pesos. So yeah, dude, give him $750 or $1,000 or something. It's probably worth about the same as the Argentinian peso.
And with that, I mean, I think with that said, we got to give you $1,000. If
you guys have fed my whole family for a month. Thank you.
Well, it's the American way, giving our money to Argentina.
Oh yeah. Also, if you ever want to start
more
like
if you create a trans opera for us, 1 million grift coin if you write a trans opera for us.
See, Real Serious, if you ever want to start up like a electronics import business for Argentina that bypasses all the tariffs, where we just smuggle like 10 smartphones into Argentina at a time and jailbreak the SIM cards, and we charge double we charge the market rates in Argentina, but we're saving half by buying them in the US. I'm down to do a consumer electronics smuggling ring.
I mean, I'm close to Paraguay, so that's the mecca for smuggling electronics.
There we go.
Excellent.
We got a business model.
Very good.
Alrighty.
To be clear, the Marketplace of
marketplace.
Ideas shares no affiliation with this this whole operation. The Marketplace of Ideas is not a black market, not to be racist about it. Real serious. Thank you so much for coming on. We'll
Thank you so
hope
much,
to see you again in the
guys.
future, yeah?
See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we keep telling everybody we give them 10 minutes and then we give them 35. And we've got 3 more people in the call-in list.
There's no
we'll
way
have
that
to
was
try and be a little
35,
tight.
was it?
What's that?
There's no way that was a 35.
Nah, that wasn't
It
that
wasn't
bad,
35, but it was definitely more than 15.
It was good. It was
We're
good.
probably
You had a lot
crossing
to
the
say.
20.
Yeah.
But it was
lot
a
of
fun
interesting
convo.
stuff there, yeah.
Now we've got 3 more people to get to. We are going to cut the list off here. We've got Horse God, Mehatch, and Ruth in the roster. Connor, I don't know.
I'm ready to go. Keep going.
Who we should go with?
Well, it's either Horse God or Ruth, I think, right? Those were the next 2 that came in.
I'm a little hazy on the order of things here, and
Let's go,
nobody's
Horse
been in
God.
the Grift coin to jump in the front of the line. So Horse God wins it, you think?
Horse God,
That
Ruth,
sounds
Mehatch.
intriguing, yeah.
All right, Horse God, Ruth, Mehatch. That is the established order. So hang in there, Mehatch and Ruth. First, we're going to chat with Horse God. Horse God, you're on the Marketplace of Ideas. Thanks for calling.
Hey,
What's
welcome in, brother. How you doing?
Doing good.
Dude, Horse God. So hold on. I got to stop Horse God before he starts. He wanted to be Hot Pie when I was doing a Game of Thrones drama map. And he's like, I got to be Hot Pie. Put me on the map. I thought you were going to be like 22 and as fat as Nick Diorio. Now I see that you're like a relatively in shape Air Force guy with a fucking beard. Like, what were you doing? You threw me for a loop.
He was just a likable character, and who doesn't want to sit on the couch for the rest of their life eating pies, man? Like
He's
the
a
dream.
great character. It's undeniable.
Plus, I just have to meme sometimes. Like it's just fun. So.
Well,
okay. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I was expecting somebody totally different when I saw the camera spinning up.
There's just not a lot of
I
great
don't know what he looks
choices
like
in
without his
Game of
beard,
Thrones.
so.
Not everybody has a happy ending in that show, so it's
Yeah, and he survived. So I was like, I gotta go with Hot Pie.
survives, lots of pie. I think that's a wise choice.
Yeah.
Anyway, Horse God, what do you have for us? Presumably, you didn't just want to talk about your lack of appearance similarity to Hot Pie in Game of Thrones.
Right.
What did you have for us?
Well, first, I can't get the image of like a Ukrainian drone pilot with giant lobster hands, like piloting, like hunched over a little TV with a controller, just dive bombing Russians smoking in trenches. Like
that's more or less
that's
what it
we need
is.
to do.
Yeah.
It needs to be like a Warhammer 40k Mechanicus thing where like he lost his arms in some kind of combat thing, so he has like robotic lobster claws,
Boston
which is
Dynamics
why he
sponsored.
has that call sign. But like, despite having the lobster claws, he can like link into the controller, so he's still like an amazing drone pilot. Yeah,
It's the
sponsored by
first.
Boston Dynamics.
It's the first plug-in that Elon gets right. It works, but it only works if you have lobster hands.
yeah. Neuralink with lobster claws.
It only works with lobster claws, but it works.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, first of all, what are your guys' drone pilot handles going to be? Like your gamer tags for when we go all get like drafted back into war.
Oh, so hold on. I already have my gamer tags from back in the day. Okay, so number 1 in middle school and high school, I played Halo Combat Evolved, the original one, and I loved grabbing the sniper rifle and running up into the little corners of Blood Gulch and just hitting people cross map. So my nicknames from that were I was called Bell Tower after the mass shooter from Texas, and then my other handle in high school was Irish Car Bomb. And I think like Irish Car Bomb is actually not bad because like a dude of Irish descent whose ancestors participated in insurgency warfare against the Brits, and now you're flying drones that explode. I think either one is actually great.
It's a shitload better than the reference to the tower shooter. That's a
yeah, but the tower shooter was a terrible guy. But he was accurate.
And so were you when you played Halo. Okay,
exactly.
In the corner sniping, that is not acceptable. Okay,
might not have been a noble cause, but he was accurate. At least we've got our values in order. What about?
I was thinking we call our unit the Bonnie Blue Bombers.
I hate you so much.
That's right. You're not fond of Bonnie Blue and her impact on the culture.
My chat is endlessly bullying me, and I do feel myself slipping a little bit because we talk about Hunter Biden and Bonnie Blue and random degeneracy and sex stuff all the time. So I feel my tongue getting loose and just talking crazy shit about sex stuff. So yeah. Yep. Sure. Bonnie Blue Bomber Squad. Sure.
Yeah.
The
Would it be
Bonnie
immoral
Blue
for us
Blue
to drop
the
1,000 loads
Bonnie
on the Russian
Blue
soldiers?
Waffle Bomber Squad. There you go.
Blue waffles. That's a throwback for sure. For those that remember something awful, yeah.
Yep.
Horse, do you have a handle picked out for yourself on your own drone missions, or you're just going with Horse God?
I'll just be Hot Pie.
There we go.
Hot Pie and Horse God aren't bad.
On the enemy.
Good.
James, what have you got? Have you got a drone pilot persona?
Do you have one? You might pass and come back to me. I might come with something then. I don't know.
I have
my
one?
original gamer tag was operational.
I think that's
you got to work on that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, let's hope that the drones do function as they're intended. Otherwise, it would be a poorly placed name.
Go.
I'm a trash gamer. I don't know what I would pick, and apparently, Lobster has already been taken by another trash gamer. I would.
Wait, so what's your favorite game, even if it's like a mobile game?
Okay, well, come on now. Let's not be
He's
not
not
be rude
that
about
trash
it.
of a gamer. He's a gamer. He's just not great. Okay, he's still a gamer.
Yeah,
I know, but if he was like Candy Crush or something like that,
no.
If I got murdered by a guy who was named like Candy Crusher, I would be furious.
No, I need to play games where I can take my turn. So, Civilization, that's a big one for me. I loved, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic the Gathering, of course. Those are great games. Baldur's Gate. Maybe I would go with something from Civilization. Maybe like the I don't know. I think
the
maybe
priest,
I feel like
Walaloo.
I think that they would probably ask me what my call sign is going to be, and I would sit and ponder it for long enough for them to realize that I'm just not the right guy for the job. Be like, okay, we're going to put you somewhere else where you're going to actually be useful to us.
I think Horse God said it, but there's like a sound that the priests make that they're really famous for, and it's like, and like what is that? What was that? It? Whoa. Yeah. So I think like so your handle should be like WALOLOLO.
Just some awful onomatopoeia that nobody really knows how to pronounce, and I got to explain it every time. That's actually pretty in character for me. Yeah, that would fit, I think.
If you had a speaker on the drone and you could play that sound right before it hit a Russian
soldier. My God, I would be furious.
That'd be the most humiliating way to die, aside from maybe dying by being shot while you're on the toilet.
Yeah,
I was
adding
thinking
proxy
that,
chat to the drones would be that's next level. You talk shit to them while you're like, I'm gonna get you in Russian.
Or the nut drop, you just like teabag them right before, like right after.
I think we go old school with Ventrilo, just left square bracket, right square bracket, left square bracket, right square bracket, left square.
Yes, and what I was going to say too. So for the FPVs, because the FPVs, is it like first person view or whatever? Those are the ones that are most often like they're cheap, so they're rigged up with the explosives, so you fly to the bad guys and explode. So I would want to get like decals or whatever. You know how they used to do like sexy pinup girls on the side of like World War II planes or whatever. So if I had the grenade dropper reusable drone, or if I had the thermite agricultural drone that they use to like burn entire forests of cover, then I would want to like invest in like a pinup girl or a dragon painting or something like that. But then for the like FPV drones, I would want to put on like, Hello Kitty stickers or, something upsetting, to get killed by.
Split the difference and go with some modern day gooner bait. Like put like a naked furry or something like that on it. Like
like a hentai cat lady on the front.
It's an homage to the past while also being the properly humiliating for present day.
Palantir and Elon are already on top of all these ideas, so
and they're mining the Lord of the Rings books for other evil organizations to name their products after too.
Yeah, there's this great picture that I've seen online of effectively, it's a World War II guy. He's like a little bit more muscular or whatever. And he's got like the pinup girl like poster in his quarters or whatever. And then it has the modern version. It's like a skinnier, nerdier soldier with like glasses. But then it's what was that girl who sold her bathwater? What was that girl?
Belle Delphine.
Belle Delphine. So he had like a Belle Delphine picture, and there was like a bath water, like sitting on his like foot locker. So yeah, like if if we were going to war, then no, you know what it is? It's the Minecraft explosive guys. Who are the Minecraft explosive guys? Creepers. So, dude, you would just get a sticker of a creeper and just slap that on the front of your FPV drone, and then then play the the creeper sound.
There we go.
So I do actually have a couple questions, and I know Dylan and a few others kind of already picked on some of them, some having to reform some of it. But I remember you said that you, Connor, you lived up north at one point in Massachusetts or Rhode Island, or where was it?
Yeah, so I was actually I was born in Concord. Most of my family's from Boston, they're in. I have an uncle who's in New Hampshire.
Yeah, I lived in Salem for a little bit in Massachusetts, and that was coming from. So I was in public schools for a while in the state of Oklahoma, and then I went to a private Catholic school, and then I jumped into public school in Massachusetts. And the public school in Massachusetts, in my experience, had a higher educational standard than the private schools I was doing in Oklahoma. And the public schools in Oklahoma were like next to last place in the country. And we ended up coming back to Oklahoma, and I couldn't even get like my credits to transfer properly because they were like, you're not supposed to have access to these classes at all. And we, you know what I mean? Like it was a disaster, and I had to get out and get my GED and move on. But like, coming from that, and we're a state that, values education versus ones that don't, and how the politics seem to kind of, go more conservative in the South versus in the North. And then when it comes to like the elections, and when you were talking about, we were talking about populist candidates versus policy-driven candidates, and it feels like we're still in this age of populism. And so I'm kind of wondering, is that some of your reasoning for your framing of saying like you would not support an AOC type because that's just too toxic in that sphere of the optics of somebody? Because I know like Bernie and AOC have kind of said, hey, like we're not socialists, we're like democratic socialists, and they try to own and define and separate that out versus somebody that like JD Vance, where you've kind of clearly articulated it in many different occasions on your stream about like, hey, I don't like this guy, but like, I would if I had to vote for him. Even though
unfortunately, I might like him despite knowing that he's evil. That's another problem. I can like evil people. So with JD Vance, yes, I don't want to play into populism, but unfortunately, I think JD Vance plays into the populism because he steals from Trump's playbook. So realistically, I would actually view them as like bad sides, or different sides of the same coin. With JD Vance, though, this is where what I would like liberals to address is that the post-liberal philosophy, and I had this conversation with PF Young, is that the criticism of liberalism is that there's something missing at its core. Okay. Liberalism puts freedom as the primary value that is to be emphasized, freedom from government and freedom from oppression. Okay. And oftentimes when you talk to modern liberals, if you cannot articulate harm, like demonstrable statistical harm,
Direct.
then they don't care to legislate it at all. And I feel like we've taken down so many social guardrails that a lot of people are feeling kind of like neglected, isolated, what atomized, I think is a term that I've heard used before. And so while I might be entertaining JD Vance too much, but that part of the post-liberal appeal of saying there's something missing at the core of liberalism because it's effectively a negative philosophy, I think it's something that the left wing has to deal with. And I don't see a lot of attempts to.
Yeah, and I think that's why it was on Obama's book list that one time that people cite, and not necessarily as an endorsement, but because this is the sort of thing that the left needs to deal with and figure out the answers to and have something to say about.
Yeah, Horse God, what's your political persuasion?
Politically homeless, like all of us.
yeah, for sure. I mean, for the longest time growing up, I mean, I was always voting third party, like libertarian candidates, and then I think like many, I was just disillusioned with the Republican Party after Bush, and I grew up like every day we all listened to Rush Limbaugh in Oklahoma. Like that's what we do. In fact, I remember the day that the Clintons left the White House, like immediately their Rush Limbaugh's platform was just like anti-Hillary. She's the deep state, and they were because they knew she was going to eventually run on a ticket. They were poisoning that, calling her a socialist for the longest time. So optically, like they had poisoned her so much. The second Bill was out of the White House, that they were anticipating that run. And so that's why I was like, optically, yeah, she was probably damaged goods for a long, long time. And that's why I was kind of like wondering if it was the same with like AOC and Bernie, just because they've been labeled as these communists or socialists, but like when you look at their policy, they're like, hey, I want healthcare for all, and we should probably like tax the rich a little bit more, and then like they're like, it's like the most like milquetoast or lamest version of socialism. So I just didn't know optically if it was like that because they were already damaged goods. Yeah.
It's not just optics. I think there's a naivete and simultaneously a hubris in the far left, in the Social Democrats, in the socialists. And what I would say is if you actually look at 1980s Bernie Sanders before the fall of the Soviet Union, he was doing apologia for the Soviet Union. When you look at, Noam Chomsky and reference to Cambodia and the Khmer Rouge, he did apologia for the Khmer Rouge. When you look at not so much AOC, but Bernie Sanders in the early thousands, he was touting Venezuela as a place where the American dream was more likely to be realized than in the United States itself. And so there's this like constant naivete until it implodes in a giant, dangerous, anarchic shithole fucking mess of socialists and social democrats cheering on economic redistribution, regardless of where it is and regardless of how nefarious it is. And I see that same naivete repeated in Hassan Piker. And by the way, I see this even in the political space. So for instance, J-Stock, Queeman, and a few other online commentators that I would call liberal, they don't see anything offensive about Hassan Piker at all. And it's so fucking crazy because I'm just like, he's a tanky who's barely hiding his power level. Yeah. And yet you're like, no. He's just like a sock dem. He's cute. He's uwu. He's kawaii. He's anti-American imperialism. Anyway, sorry for I'm going on a yap. But basically it's like that constant hubris matched with naivete rubs me the wrong way. And not just that, it's not a mistake that when a Hassan Piker fan who was debating Destiny today that I covered on my stream, when I asked him, who do you support? He basically names the squad plus Bernie Sanders. It's because like, if you look at socialistic rhetoric and if you look at what the squad propagates, they advocate for social democratic policies because they know that's the maximum extent that they're going to be able to even appeal to while being in the American Overton window.
So but if you listen to
what's that?
You think they're hiding their power levels?
100%. Like 100%. And that's the thing. It's like I get accused of hiding my fucking power level.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm pretty transparent.
But I mean, I could see that with Bernie if he was sweeping back in the day for that, but like, back in the 80s and whatnot. But
well, we couldn't really see as well into the Soviet Union at the time. There was a lot of leftists that once the most horrific things of the Soviet Union started to come over, there had to be a slow awakening of people that didn't, we couldn't see through the Iron Curtain nearly as well as we do now. We didn't see everything.
Yeah, but that should have been alarming enough to you as it was. Because so for instance, like internal Soviet propaganda called the Berlin Wall the anti-fascist wall. And so they were saying that like the reason why they needed the Iron Curtain was because liberalism was just a step away from, it was just fascism burgeoning in the Western world. Therefore, we have to block it out. And if that's in your public propaganda about why you have to physically shield people from visiting the Western world, then yeah, you're probably up to no fucking good. And I'm kind of tired of lefties not learning their fucking lesson.
I just feel like when I read the interviews from AOC or Bernie and them talking about trying to nail them down their policies and their politics and like describing what democratic socialism is compared to like actual socialism, and they kind of like carve out as socialism as being like incompatible with America politically, right? I don't know how much of that's actually them sweeping and saying what they get away with, because like I also find it ironic that like the Trump administration is probably arguing more socialist in this administration than like we've had in since FDR, right? Like I don't know.
They're quite
I don't know if I
command and control.
Yeah, it's command economy rather than socialist. It's not real socialism. It's just
but
it's
still
just anti-free market. It's the worst of all.
I know what
worlds.
you're saying. Take the federal government taking a 10% stake in fucking Intel is bananas. And Rush Limbaugh would have like fucking shot himself in the face on like live on the radio 15 years ago. If Obama had done that and Rush Limbaugh was still around, he would have like screamed himself into a heart attack.
Gentlemen, let's move towards our final thoughts on this topic, as we've got 2 more callers in the waiting, and we are approaching what I'm assuming is the time that Connor is probably intending to do a pumpkin transformation at some point in the near future. I would expect.
I will, but the Horse God's one of my chatters.
I feel like I'm
a guy that I've met recently. I love talking to my peeps.
I feel like I'm responsible for protecting you from yourself in this instance, because we want to make sure you get to bed at a decent time. But
Kyle's an eminent gentleman in that aspect, absolutely.
So why don't we get final thoughts from everybody and finish with Horse God here?
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll let you guys go. But whenever I think about this stuff, I always like envision myself like, hey, I could vote for like a Paul or a Massey, or I could vote for an AOC. And some of it's because like I just want principled people that aren't, trying to protect pedophile elites, or like have some type of moral guiding. Are they fighting for people? It's not great. But at the same time, I also try to look at like what could they realistically through executive order, because God knows nothing gets accomplished through Congress. And even if you had another populist candidate on either side of the political spectrum, like unless you're personally enriching these people somehow, they're not going to get off their ass to like pass legislation that's going to support us, right? So like. You could vote for the most extremist leftist candidate and they could be like, I hate guns, and nothing, even if they somehow made it to power, nothing's ever going to happen against that, because, it takes Congress, right? So I don't know. I just feel like
you say that, and yet, Roe versus Wade was enshrined from the bench. It was repealed from the bench, and that was like a cataclysmic, crazy thing. The individual right to keep and bear arms was enshrined via DC Heller. It was enshrined via the bench. It could be taken away from the bench. Not just that, but I mean, people forget, but this is relatively recent history. I was born in the late 80s. We had an assault weapons ban from 1994 to 2004. And you're saying, Connor, an assault weapons ban, where are your priorities? Like there's so many things going on in the world. Why do you need an AR-15? And we could fight about that at a different time. But the point is like, Ryan Getty really said it the best way that brought me some psychological relief. He was saying like, you don't need to have a perfect ideology. You need to have a direction. And I think that's what I just heard from you is like your direction is you just want to see more earnest people who are genuinely advocating for their constituents, who actually seem to have a soul and not have sold it for power. And that seems to be the direction that you're pushing in, regardless of whether that's left or right. What I would say is the direction that I'm pushing.
For sure. But
what's that?
There's still definitely guiding policy that I would examine, but at a base level, like entry, I would like to see that. You know what I mean?
Sure. But what I would say is that I was raised with a mythos that unfortunately I have found out to be largely mythology as I've gotten older. And I might be an idiot and a fool, but I kind of feel like I'm going to scream into the wind until I die about how we should try to live up to this mythology. Because the mythology of the Republic is like, we elect representatives because they're supposed to be the technocratic elite who know how to balance the needs of their constituents along with legislative priorities that actually benefit the American people, which is why we choose them in the first place. And so we have to call on our representatives to actually live out effectively what is an aristocratic, noble obligation. And we need to bully the fuck out of them when they don't. And by the way, I know you're kind of like shaking your head and you're like, this is fucking horseshit. It's like a horseshit mythology. But at the same time, I would say that I actually really like our system in regards to, guess what? Trump betrayed his noble obligation. JD Vance and all of the people sweeping the Epstein files have betrayed their noble obligation. And what's happening on social media right now? The average person is calling them a fucking pedophile, and the government can't do shit about it. You could say the founding fathers are dead and like rolling in their graves over how much freedom we've lost. I would argue that being able to call the president of the United States a fucking pedophile and not suffer any kind of consequence whatsoever is actually like a pretty high bar of freedom. It's actually pretty fucking cool.
I totally agree. Yeah, I was shaking my head because I was thinking actually the majority of our representatives are too busy dying in office because they're so fucking old. Like that's the kind of the that was where my first thought was going.
Gerontocracy.
Okay,
you retire from the bench from natural causes anymore.
Yeah, well, we can close it out. But I did remember somebody earlier was mentioning like the timeline of events and stuff like that, and I just looked it up, and I was like, for whatever reason, it popped in my head, and I was looking at it. It was like Vietnam. The gap between in the Vietnam to 9/11 is roughly about the same gap that's extended from like 9/11 to now. Like, you know what I mean? So I know I was over there in 9/11, so I get it. Yeah, I feel old too.
Fuck you for bringing that up. Holy shit, I'm old as fuck.
So I was just thinking, like, you know, when you were talking about the younger generations and like, you know, their perception of, you know, what's important to them, and like, you know, they haven't gone through, you know, they weren't here to witness like the fight over the Patriot, you know, Act or I don't know. It just feels like
no. Hold on. Before you go, and we'll definitely give you some good grift coin before we get the next person in here. So I knew that the Zoomers didn't give a fuck about 9/11 when my brother-in-law, who's like, he was in his early 20s at the time, he told me this joke. He's like, what's the difference? Wait. He's like, oh yeah, the people who died in 9/11 were excellent readers. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, oh yeah, they can go through 70 stories in a minute.
Oh,
and I was
shit.
like, holy shit. I was like,
we used to have the Hulk Hogan meme, like of him like power bombing the World Trade Center, and we had that like,
dude. But
4chan had that like months after 9/11. So
when he said that, it was like somebody had actually taken their fist and punched me in the heart. And I was like, oh, this is what it feels like to be offended. So yeah. So basically when I heard that, I was like, Zoomers don't give a fuck. And it's hard for me to impart my generational trauma upon them about how serious it was.
Maybe they just read the story and it was such a gut punch morally or just emotionally to them that they had to cope with it with laughter and jokes. Maybe that's
sure. I'll tell myself that as I think about this right before I go to sleep.
We're no stranger to gallows humor here on the marketplace of ideas. I think it's just fine if it helps you get through life a little bit.
Yeah, tell me that joke's not brutal though.
Indeed.
Well, it's about choosing your audience. You know, there's a right place and a right time, and how close someone is to the pain really tells you when you should let that one rip. And it was a little too soon for you, but somebody else, it might have been the thing that helped them heal. Okay.
All right, fellas. Well, I appreciate it. I know you guys are good on, so.
How much fake money should we give Horse God?
Easy.
Minimum of 1,000. He was
minimum of 1,000. Let's make it 1,001 just to get over that minimum.
Wow.
Horse God,
Appreciate it.
Bonnie Blue Bombers for life. Thank you so much for
All
coming
right.
on the marketplace. We'll see you next time. All right. We got 2 more callers. Thanks for hanging on this long. If you're watching Connor stream, please hit up our Discord server, come to our YouTube, give us a like and a subscribe before you go back to Connor's, blah 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 blah, all
and
these
like
social
and
media
subscribe in
things.
Connor's first if you haven't. What are you doing
Well,
if
yeah,
you
of
haven't
course,
liked
yeah.
Connor's content?
It's
That would be weird. That would be
fine.
weird if you didn't do that. Also, real quick, in the YouTube chat, Real Serious says that he just understood the Trans Opera reference. Hot take, Emilia Perez wasn't that bad. Well, that is a hot take. That's I mean, obviously you're not a musician if that's what you think. I'm just saying, penis to vagina. That's not a good lyric or a well-sung one. And then we've also got Chapingro chiming in with based Connor in that last point that you were making. So you got a fan in Chapingro. We always appreciate.
What, he liked my 9/11 joke? What's wrong with
it? It was before that. It was before that. I couldn't catch it in real time because
timing. Oh no,
conversation was
Chapingro
flowing.
associated
But
with horrifying things.
I don't think that's what he was referring to. I think it was.
He
it was
texted
the
me
thing
and he
you
said it
before
was.
that.
Did he? He sent me this joke hours in advance, and he said, you know, he's going for it, and we wished him the best of luck.
That seems unfair if he's not here to defend himself. Let's talk to somebody who is here to defend himself. The predetermined order for the remaining callers was going to be Ruth and Mihatch. So let's get Ruth into the chat. Ruth, thank you so much for coming on the
Welcome,
Marketplace
Ruth.
of Ideas. Looks like you're muted there. We'll give you a second to unmute and go ahead and give us a sound check once you got your mic undone.
There we go.
All right, mic check.
Yeah,
Hey,
you're
what's
sounding
up,
good.
Ruth?
Thanks for
Welcome
hanging on
in.
as long as you did.
Yeah, no worries. So I guess this is going to start off the pretty much where we left off with Horse God. I know, Connor, when you were talking with Pisco, you were talking about how there are some policies that you may agree with from the more progressive side of the Democrats, but the cultural issues that may arise with socialism is too much of a risk. So I was wondering if, like, a clone of 2012 Mitt Romney runs for the Republican nominee, he gets it, and he puts in Romney Care 2.0, where it's essentially like a public option. Is that something that you would be okay with? Because it wouldn't
fastest fucking checkbox of my life, dude.
Okay.
So a lot of people associate, and I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, but a lot of people associate republicanism with fiscal conservatism because that's been the wave since Reagan. However, there's nothing inherent in the philosophy of republicanism that says that you have to be a libertarian or have to be a fiscal conservative. Just as an example, Republicans in Ireland are fucking socialists. Like, they're Republican socialists. They want to institute a representative government that's socialistic. And I'm a philosophical Republican above anything else.
Great. Yeah, that's what I got from your talk with Pisco. I know Pisco wasn't really grasping what you were trying to move towards and everything else, because I feel the same way. If Gavin Newsom and JD Vance both put together the same policy for like border patrol or like security of the border, I would greatly support Gavin Newsom's and I would hate JD Vance's, just because I know JD Vance wants to move down the nativism route, right? So I know, like, culturally that's probably going to be a much huge or a much bigger drain on our country than rather what Newsom would go there. On your robots, robots are taking everybody's job. They've liberated us from the workplace. What do you think the human condition, how do you think the human condition responds in that way? Because my concern is that you have a majority of people who need jobs for the structure in their life. If they don't have the structure in their life, then they're going to kind of implode.
Yeah, so I think that what we would have to do is we would have to effectively become the aristocratic class of medieval Europe as a species, and what I mean by that, or even the feudal class of Japan. So the feudal class of Japan and the aristocratic class of the medieval societies, they still emphasized excellence, just excellence in different areas. So because it was the peasant farmer's role in order to provide agriculture, the way that they pursued excellence was through physical fitness, soldiery, swordsmanship, marksmanship. For ladies, it was like politics and running a court and running a household and all that kind of stuff. And so I think that we would basically like school, of course, would still remain academic because we would still want intelligent people to be able to create the next generation of innovation for the future. So we would still teach mathematics and language arts. But I also think that there would probably need to be an extreme emphasis on what effectively was like home economics in my middle school, which was like, you know, if you do dangerous drugs, this is what's going to happen to you. If you engage in promiscuous sex, this is what's going to happen to you. This is how you run a budget. This is how you cook food. This is how you take care of your physical health. And I think that's going to have to be a robust part of education because, like you said, my natural instinct, if I don't have to work, is to lie on the couch and doom scroll until my eyes hurt. That's my natural inclination. So to make sure that we don't evolve into the Wall-E people, I don't know if you guys have seen that movie, but it's a 3D movie with the robot. The people effectively like evolve to exist in lazy boy chairs.
They're like
and
the space
400
version
pounds.
of people of Walmart, basically. Yeah.
Yes, I share your anxiety about that being a possible path of dysgenic human future.
So you think that like Clavicle whoever that guy is,
Clavicular?
like, looks maxing.
The Mog maxing guy. I'm worried about where this is
part
going.
of the future that keeps us from self-imploding, right? Because you don't want to get mogged on.
Well, yeah, but doesn't he I feel like he overemphasizes mogging, and I think that was like one of the things that I posted about Twitter. It's like you can't just focus on aesthetics because there's always going to be somebody who's more beautiful than you. You also have to focus on like the cultivation of virtue and personality, because guess what? There's probably still going to be ugly people in the future.
Well, I guess that's why the Greeks were very gay, right?
Yeah,
they didn't have anything else to do except admire each other. So
spiral into degeneracy. Well, as the conservatives would put it.
Well, and one of the things that I actually thought was really interesting about the Greeks, it was probably Jordan Peterson who mentioned it, is that basically a lot of men, and I struggle with this too, is like we're allowed to feel apathy and we're allowed to feel anger, right? Like those are the two emotions that you're allowed to express publicly. Now, we've also expressed a lot of like crude humor tonight, so I guess crude humor is acceptable as well. But like being sensitive or being sad or having man tears during a tragic story or whatever, like a lot of people, especially in American culture, they'll just call you a fucking pussy if you're not like angry or apathetic or making a gross joke. So the Greeks actually considered you, I'll use an ableist slur, they considered you like emotionally retarded. Like you were actually like emotionally developmentally delayed if you were not capable of experiencing other emotions. And I think we should adopt that again.
Oh, that's what my wife called me when we first
emotionally retarded.
So, yeah. So.
Well, you're more based for being emotionally retarded. She's more based for calling you out on it.
It's a good, strong foundation for a marriage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Honesty. That is the foundation.
Well, and attacking each other. She grew up on Beavis and Butthead and Strangers with Candy. And that crude humor.
Strangers with Candy, bro.
Oh yeah, wow.
Old cool Stephen Colbert, yeah. That was great.
Dude, Stephen Colbert in his late 20s being the most vulgar you've ever seen a human being be. That was amazing, yeah.
Ruth, want to give you any final thoughts you got before we let you go?
Well, I got a question for Ruth.
Yeah, please.
So Ruth is my guinea pig. I think based off of the profile picture. So I think he lives near me. So we agreed that barring me becoming a millionaire and having enough money to fly Hutch out to do content, Ruth is going to be my gun guinea pig.
Ooh.
So Ruth, how do you feel about like martial arts or combatives, like throwing punches? Because I've been talking like a lot of shit on stream about like fighting people and standing up for yourself and this, that, the other. And I feel like I've talked so much shit. Like I need to get punched on content or else people are just not going to, they're just going to think I'm talking a big game. So do you have any interest in martial arts or no?
Yeah, I'm a second degree black belt in Taekwondo and I'm a blue belt in Jiu-Jitsu.
See, you can fuck me up for my chat's entertainment. They'll love it. I'll just be like, we could literally get some sparring gloves, go down to the local park, find somebody to film. You could beat me up for a little bit. And then I'll just try to make the point to the chat like, hey, Ruth, I'm trying to beat Ruth's ass. Ruth realistically beats my ass, but it's not about who wins. It's more about just like practicing and sparring and not being scared on taking a punch or a takedown.
Yeah, I'm down. I love that. On that note, I do think that I can provide the funding pretty well. I paid a ridiculous amount in federal taxes to this, fucking administration this year.
Sure.
I would love to fund this because I think it's something that needs to be done. I think it's going to be great content. So I think like funds wise, we should be good.
Okay. Then what I'm going to tell you is the same thing. So I don't know about you, but I'm a middle child. So what happens is I always felt bad taking anything from anybody. So if people were like, you want the last slice of cake? And I was like, no, it's fine. You get it. Okay. Same thing. Last slice of pizza, last slice of this, last slice of that. As I got older, though, I got tired of always being gracious with shit. So you offered it once. If you offer it again, I'm taking that shit. So like, if you're like, yeah, I got this budget. What do you want to do with it? Then I'm going to be like, this. So,
yeah, no, look,
tread carefully.
We are full steam ahead. Like I said, we just closed on the house. So today is not I wouldn't be able to fund it today, but talk to me in 6 months and we can fund it for the rest of, where we need to do.
Excellent. Then
like,
make
like
that
I said,
offer to
my
me
wife
again
is a
when it's
doctor.
available, and I'll take you up on it.
My wife is a doctor.
Yeah.
We can take her funds and we can go shoot guns and play. Yeah.
And
if she's balling, it is what it is.
Well, then if Connor gets triangled on camera, we don't have to worry about him being passed out for too long, too.
Yeah, there you
we'll
go.
Have someone
like,
on scene, beautiful, perfect.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, hey, Ruth, thank you so much for coming on and chatting with us. I feel like that call is deserving of some fake money. Don't you think, guys?
Yes. You got to give him fake money for his compensation of the real money we'll be spending on guns and ammunition.
Indeed. What are we thinking? It's got to be at least $500.
No, I'd say like 1,500.
No, he's on
here. You gotta pump those numbers
offering
up.
to fund a show. We need to hit him back.
He's offering to kick my ass on camera
and pay for it. And pay for it.
Very well. That's deserving of some fake
1,002 at least.
Indeed.
That's what I'd say. I said 1,500.
1,500. Yeah, absolutely.
Why did
if we're breaking the glass ceiling, let's do it.
Indeed. Let me just make sure that the bot knows who you are, because I'm not. Let's see. R-E. Yeah, they're right there. Oh, it's because I didn't capitalize your fine. All right. Well, there's 1,500 fake money for you, Ruth. Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you put Connor in an arm bar in the coming months.
All right. Thank you guys.
All right. Have a good night.
Thank you, neighbor. That's on the house.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Cheers.
By the way, Connor, if you're ever looking to teach a lefty how to shoot a gun, I don't mind flying dirt cheap. I can't pay for it myself, but I've always wanted to learn.
I was trying to get a free vacation out of this.
Damn right I am.
No, that's the goal. So the goal is we're going to start with Ruth. I'm going to take him through all the basics. I have a friend, a conservative friend, who's actually interested in helping out with the camera stuff. And so we're going to go to his property. He's got a few acres. We could shoot. We're going to do the basic bitch shit. We're probably going to shoot, like, honestly, between like 3 or 4 hours of content. And then I'll chop it up into like 20-minute, 30-minute segments and then start posting it. And then I want to do that going forward. And then the goal, of course, would be like, because I hope it does well. And I'm thinking of like obnoxious titles like liberal gun virgin gets red pilled on guns, like something like that. And then basically, hopefully that does well. And if it does well, and especially if we promote a Patreon and people are willing to back us and stuff, then I would love to get you out. I would love to get Hutch out. I would love to. Weirdly enough, Adam Mockler from Midas Touch already agreed to it.
Oh, he's
but
a
I
king.
don't have like the budget. Like he's already said yes, but I don't have the budget to be like, oh yeah, bro, I'll pay you $1,500, you know, round
he's in
trip,
high
fly
demand
first
these days.
class to,
Yeah.
He's in high
you know,
demand.
hotel. You know, like I don't have that kind of cash.
Well, I definitely am not that precious. If you want to bring me out there, I will sleep on any floor. I will fly in the ricketiest of planes.
Perfect. Yeah,
So,
Spirit Airlines all the way.
Maybe in the future we can work that out. Final caller of the night, Mehatch. You've been hanging on, and we really appreciate it. So let's bring on Mehatch. Mehatch, you're on the Marketplace of Ideas. Thank you so much for hanging on as long as you did.
Welcome
Looks
in, brother.
like you've
How
got
you
your mic
doing?
on.
Oh, your mic's muted for a sec.
We'll give you a second to get yourself sorted. Up, we can hear you.
Welcome in.
Cool. Right on. I was going to turn camera on. It says work. Let's see.
We had camera, and then we muted, and then unmuted, and then no camera.
All right. Cool. Hi.
Hi.
Hey there.
How you doing?
So I don't know if you can see me or not, but no worries.
Well, we can't right now.
We
We
did
can
have
hear
you
you
for a
pretty well.
sec if you want to try and pop that back on, or no rush.
All right. I'm closing YouTube and camera again. Nope.
Hey, there we go. Perfect.
You see my face?
Yeah.
There you
Cool.
are.
I can't see that I'm being seen, so I hope it's a cool shot. All right.
It is.
So
really good.
I was going through some old storage stuff last week or 2 weeks ago, and I found this old John McCain poster.
McCainiacs. Love it.
Yeah.
Common sense conservatism.
I thought you might kind of.
I wish we could go back to that time. Oh my god.
Dude, now all you did was you just like hurt my feelings because I'm like, God, how far we've fallen.
Yeah. I'd vote McCain if it would bring that era of politics back, okay? It would be.
Yeah.
I would, yeah.
Yeah. So I just thought that was a fun little thing. But to the movie stuff, Moana, just to throw a Return of the Jedi spoiler at. In Moana's defense, I think to throw the accusation you did at Moana that it was like not a macho enough ending with like not murdery enough, like the same could really be said of Anakin and the Emperor and the required transformation that is really more brave than just killing something, right? Like to truly face it down, it could be arguably a stronger, but that's a longer conversation on another thing.
I was about to bite down on that.
Do it.
Yeah, let's do, honestly. I was just gonna say, the thing that negates it though is right after that, Darth Vader picks up Sidious and dumps him down that shaft. Which
no. I'm actually with Mehatch right now. So what's interesting is I'm doing Counterpoints 40K where I'm breaking down 40K, but I started Counterpoint Star Wars and Counterpoint Sci-Fi recently. And so with Counterpoint Star Wars, I'm working through all the lore. And what's really interesting about the 2D animation by Gendy Tartakovsky, who did Dexter's Laboratory, and he did Primal, which is a phenomenal like caveman cartoon that's ultra violent.
Really?
Cool.
He also did Samurai Jack. So he did the 2D animation, and in the 2D animation, especially if you go and check out the lore, the Anakin's fall is like way more clarified if you have that additional lore. Because effectively what happens is he gains giga confidence through executing missions in the Clone War. And little throwaway bits of dialogue like Obi-Wan Kenobi saying like, oh yeah, you saved my life like half a dozen times or whatever. So he's not recognized as a master, but he's constantly turning the tides of battles and is single-handedly like winning victories that are ultimately saving like millions of lives for the Jedi. And one of the craziest things is he has like a ton of guilt and anger, and I'm sorry for going on this but you inspired it. He has all this guilt and anger for killing the Sand People of Tatooine, for hiding his marriage with Padme Amidala, for having attachments to his mom and attachments to, even weirdly enough, his fighter craft, which he called like the Blue Angel or something, which was secretly named after Padme. It was he's
like, "Are you an angel?" In the first,
So his fighter craft in the 2D animation is called like the Blue Angel, and it's a custom craft because he used to be a pod racer, and so he customized his fighter jet. And there's some Jedi who are like, well, he made it so badass, we want to copy that for the next generation of Jedi starfighters. But there's other Jedi who are like, he's obsessive and he's attached to it and he named it. And that's like totally anti-Jedi. So anyways, so there's all these cultural conflicts. But what does happen, and I just noticed this today, and I think it's like a beautiful detail that might not have even been intended. Anakin is suffering an incredible amount of like guilt and self-hatred and loathing over killing the Sand People, but also killing Count Dooku and having this secret with Palpatine and having this secret with his wife. So when he sees Mace Windu wind up like a baseball bat in order to execute Sheev Palpatine, that's like the final betrayal of the Jedi, where like they ordered him into war. They raised him when he was young. They would never appoint him to be master. They asked him to spy on his mentor and friend. They would not help him save his wife because he couldn't admit that he was worried about losing his wife. He's just been like boxed in. And then to see Mace Windu, who's supposed to be one of the most valiant knights of the Jedi Order, be a total fucking hypocrite about to murder an unarmed person. Although, let's be real, he was shooting Force lightning. But
he was very armed, yes.
But at the same time, he had stopped shooting Force lightning, and it's like a hard rule that Jedi don't kill unarmed opponents. So when he saw that, Anakin just fucking snapped. And then at that point, he was just like full-blown dark side. And I just watched that today because I was doing it to break down. So you're right, Mehatch. Sorry, I took a while to get there. Moana's strength of character of facing down the monster and the unbalance in nature and confronting it directly in order to try to resolve it, not through violence, but through like trying to fix the problem. That probably does take stronger character than just being like, fuck it, the world sucks, I'm gonna kill everybody. Yeah, so you're totally right.
Well, and on the Star Wars front, like, I don't know if you've ever gotten into some of the deeper, like, Joseph Campbell stuff, or, like, underneath that, the Carl Jung, right? And some of the...
I'm definitely aware. I haven't read the primary sources.
There's some times you can hear in the audio interviews with both of them where they're talking about how, the male nature of the monomyth, and like how like in traditional history it's usually been built around male initiation rites and its structure, right? This is like some deeper Jungian stuff, but like Disney's ability to take something that has been so male and really give it a powerful female expression, I think in Moana is just part of what makes it like an incredible movie. But like her way of solving it might not have been to chop off the head of the dragon, but it was, as I said, different kind of bravery. But I think that moment when she's holding the orb of the water,
Yeah, before we move, all I was going to say is I could understand how people who weren't white straight men got exhausted of the male-oriented, straight-oriented like narratives being propagated again and again and again and again and again and again and again. I understand that it probably got fucking old, particularly through like the 90s and the thousands when like action was at its peak. But
and the 80s.
I do think that we need a balance. So I don't care if we go to a plurality of stories. If we start telling Black stories, Hispanic stories, one of the things like, so for instance, I actually have a lot of problems with Frozen, especially Frozen 2. I think Frozen 2 sucks ass. I think having a fire gecko in, Antarctica with the blonde, blue-eyed princess being half Native American and then becoming queen of the dark-haired, brown-eyed Native Americans. I think it's like the ultimate white girl brunch fantasy bullshit. So it totally, like, Frozen 2 sucks ass. But the point is that, like, I don't mind if we have a plurality of stories. I just want there to be, like, the traditional male coming-of-age stories that you're talking about. And weirdly enough, I think Marvel does a good job of it, but I'm just yapping at this point. Plurality is cool. Vilifying white straight males or straight males, I'm not into.
Well, there are two things I wanted to make sure I got to before we got out of here. One of them is a story I want to recommend, and one of them is a real life thing I want to recommend. So if you're like in the sci-fi, the author of Prometheus, the screenwriter, his name's John Space, right? And before he got hired to work on these movies, he had like his screenwriters when they're young, they started to have a screenplay they shop around, right? And this is my favorite unproduced screenplay ever written. Like, screenplays are actually really fun to read, and I used to have to read them for my job. But like this this right here is called Shadow 19, and it is awesome. It is like a fun Starship Troopers level series story, and it's got a great premise, and this is what we would tell you in the preview. Shadow 19 basically is like there's this badass super space marine, right? And you get your cool opening battle, but then where things really take off is that a terraformer has broken light years away, and they need to send copies of him to go fix the problem. But they don't tell him that they keep sending copies of him over. So they're doing the transporter thing, but without destroying the original. And they just keep sending copies of him that send the data back. So he gets to see himself, like he gets better and better at it, and he gets better and better equipment. But it's also this weird political thing because it's like, do they have a right to send copies of him without telling him? And it's like a really cool story, and it's called Shadow 19 because each one that's sent to go fix the thing is called a shadow. So it's a cool thing. He goes out there in giant robot armor to fight these things on a planet. Yeah.
Weirdly enough, that like kind of reminds me of like Mickey 17, where they're like 3D printing the Expendables.
Fun movie. That was really fun. I liked that movie. Yeah.
But so hold on. Do the shadows, do they share consciousness? Do they share memory backup? Are they clones? Are they teleported? And why is he improving in skills if his shadows are the ones conducting the missions?
I don't want to give away too much, but like there's a part of the story about how the information is or is not transferred to him after missions or not. But like, do you remember when number 2 on Star Trek: The Next Generation, they accidentally split him with the teleporter thing and they sent a copy somewhere? They got stuck on a planet for 10 years. And that one was kind of pissed off.
Yeah.
Like, you can make a copy without destroying the original. It's the teleporter problem, right? So it's just sending a copy over. So that copy has all the stuff you have right up until the moment of sending, but they keep telling him it's not working initially. Like, oh, I guess it didn't work.
The reason why I kind of I hate this is because it's reminding me of the Badger and Stony Pete rant from Breaking Bad, where like the doctor doesn't like using the teleporter because it's a perfect copy of you and it's not actually you. So he thinks that it's like it's the ending of the consciousness of the individual stepping into the teleporter. But then the iteration that's being recreated someplace else is such a perfect mimic of what you are to the tune of memory that you actually continue like there, but it's effectively a cessation of consciousness. So the old version of you dies and you just kind of continue on in a different location. That's such a mind fuck that I'm just kind of like, fuck that.
Yep. I believe that too. I've gone over that one in my head millions of times where
I'm not getting
and then it
teleported
infects me and I think about like, how do I know that's not happening every time I go to sleep? Maybe today is the only day that I get to be conscious, and then tomorrow some other dude gets to be me.
No, I had this existential crisis like 10 years ago. I had the same thought hole, but the way I got out of it was like, wait, what if it's just happening at 15 billion times a second and I don't notice it?
Yeah.
What's
You
the
just
difference,
reduce it even more.
Between the synapses, it kind of is anyway. So if it's all that,
arguably it is happening 15 billion times a second because
you die into every moment you live into.
That's one of the things that I told my son about. I would have to Google it because I'm sure it's like an urban legend that's been like more solidified recently in the past couple of years. But effectively, like a majority of your cells are replaced like every 7 years or something like that. And so effectively, like the skin cells, the fingertip cells, like all that kind of stuff is technically new every 7 years. And so as a result, are you even really the same biological organism?
Well,
that's the easiest, but for yourself,
But here's the thing. At a neuron level, those aren't replaced. So neurons and tooth enamel are not replaced. So those two are permanent.
That's gotta wild.
Gotta take care of your brain and brush your teeth.
Then another interesting story along that line was there was and this is total bullshit and it's cope for me to cope with the fact that if I live too long, I'm probably going to develop dementia. But there was a chess player who started noticing that instead of being able to play like 7 plays ahead, he was only able to play like 3 plays ahead. And so they went to the doctor in order to check out like what was going on because it was bugging him. And so when they went into the neurology, basically what they found was that like Alzheimer's had like totally rotted his fucking brain, but he had built so many redundant pathways in his brain that he continued to
chest part
function
stayed.
long
Wow.
after he should have,
Yeah.
because he was constantly learning and evolving and involving new neuroplastic shit. So it's like, for me, it's like, I do think that cancer is probably going to be the way that I go. Heart attack's probably top 2. But if I have to deal with Alzheimer's, I'm just going to try to like constantly study shit all the fucking time.
Yeah, okay,
that way I have like endless neural pathways to corrupt.
As long as I don't forget how to goon, I think I'll be all right.
Maybe that's the thing that you repetitiously do that keeps your brain.
No, Kyle, here's
if that's the key, then I'm set. Yeah, I think we're good.
Kyle, this is how God's going to curse you. He's going to give you endless redundant neural pathways with which to goon, but then you're going to have ED and you're not going to have the capacity to goon. So you're going to be stuck in a perpetual hell of wanting to goon but being unable.
And just kind of yanking on my slinky, uninflated dong. What a horrible future to look forward to.
Just going down the stairs.
Well, you had
actually
one more.
I think you had something else, but I wanted to make a couple of recommendations to you based off of your recommendations.
Sure.
So, Dan Abnett wrote a standalone sci-fi story. He's the guy who wrote Gaunt's Ghost and wrote a healthy chunk of the Horus Heresy. And so he wrote something called Embedded. And so Embedded is a near future hard sci-fi where basically like American Marines and Chinese Marines are on some colonized planet and they're fighting over like some unknown artifact. Of course, it ends up being alien, spoiler alert, but they're fighting over it. And so what happens is journalists they're only allowed to report from like the sidelines. They're not allowed to be embedded with the troops at this time. So what they do is one of the troops volunteers for a bribe for a Neuralink. So he has a Neuralink with a journalist, and the journalist is able to see and feel and run and like kind of control the guy's body a little bit. But what ends up happening is the guy gets into a fucking like a traitorous gunfight with the Chinese patrol, and he gets shot in the fucking head. So like he's incapacitated. He has a bullet hole in his cheek. He has like a quarter size blown out of the back of his head, but the Neuralink is still working. So basically the embedded journalist has to like puppeteer the physically traumatized soldier in order to continue fighting, to save his comrades, to save local civilians, to survive the entire ordeal. And so he basically puppeteers a nearly dead human being into surviving the threat. And the way that it's written and the danger of it and the intrigue and like the rawness of imagining being like neuralinked to an almost dead human that you're puppeteering. It's just like some of the rawest fucked up sci-fi. Like I would love to see a movie with that exact plot.
It almost sounds comedic, like in a way.
There's a dark element of humor because all the civilians and all the fellow soldiers who keep walking up and talking to him, they're like, how the fuck are you walking? You have a golf ball sized hole blown out of your skull. What's your problem, man? And the guy's just like, no, I'm good. Don't worry about it.
Nice. Yeah.
I do have a second recommendation.
Go for it.
Okay, so the other one is Altered Carbon. So it reminded me of...
I've been recommended this by so many people.
Dude, you have to do it.
Highly recommended. I need to, yeah.
Because the Shadow 19 plot, it's a little bit different. So effectively, aliens give us this technology to digitize the human soul, and they basically make like a tiny alien-looking CD that's inserted at the back of your neck. And so poor people are entitled to one additional life. So if you die in an accident or you die in whatever, then they'll find some like old decrepit body of like a drug addict or whatever, and they'll pop you into their body, and then they'll, you run out your life and then you die. Rich people can live in perpetuity and they can buy clones of themselves. And so the woman who was responsible for unlocking this alien technology, she regrets doing it. And so, because like it just causes all these problems where effectively like rich people are immortal and have like these crazy incestuous billionaire like parties where they take it. They're just like, they become this like vampiric class on humanity, profiting off of the suffering of like the proletarian masses. And it's very cyberpunk. But what ends up happening is there's something called CTAC, and CTAC is a special forces organization that effectively, instead of transporting the soldiers from planet to planet to planet to planet, it's faster to ship their digitized consciousnesses via like a digital information highway from planet to planet to planet to planet. So the way that they fight is they basically like get downloaded into a planet, get swapped into a special forces operator's body, go out on the mission, kill people, then come back to work, and then get downloaded again and sent again. So one of the guys who's a special forces operative, it's all, I'm telling it all out of chronological order. But effectively, one of the special forces guys ends up being a rebel and joining that lady. And then it's like a story about these legendary rebels who know how to maximize their human body. They know how to like optimize it above what's supposed to be biologically possible. But then not just that, they can kind of like tap into the muscle memory of the body. So they can like remember the language of the host's body instantaneously. And so they can basically become like the ultimate spy, because not only do they have their digitized consciousness, they're able to untap whatever is inside the host body as it is. And so they become like the ultimate detectives, the ultimate spies, the ultimate saboteurs. And then it's this duel between the rich, oligarchic, billionaire, incestuous, sex party having freaks who want to live forever at the expense of the rest of the population, and then the rebels who want to destroy the technology entirely to reset human beings to a single mortal vessel. And it's amazing. And Joel Kinnaman is the main actor, and I'm not gay, but I thought about it.
Sure you did. Yep.
It's in every sci-fi it always goes wrong in the backstory. And I've only written one sci-fi story 20 years ago, and it's bad, right? It's my first thing I ever tried to write. But it is a version where everything goes right, and we get the immortality in our meat sack immortality, not like digital, not like discs, right? And what happens in that world that's like a loose, friendly, cosmopolitan federation of states on Earth, but they can't leave Earth because they can't agree on like how to leave and under what rules. So they just kind of chill and like everyone's happy. And like there's no Wall-E thing where everyone's out of shape, like you can be in the shape that you want, right? But then how do I break that world? And that was a fun project, but it's not very good. But like you got to solve some kind of problem in all those. And there's a problem of our time in real life that I think was best described in 2018 by the Rand Corporation. This is my other real life point. And so when I went back to school after dropping out in 2003 to finish my poli-sci undergrad, I got really into this report from Rand called the Truth Decay Report. And it has been like prophetic. It's all this heavy data crunching and historical context by like very professional, super professional analysts. And the co-author is the president of Rand. That's how important they thought it was at the time. And they've built on it since the original copy that I'm more familiar with the original, but like it ties together how foreign actors and other elements get us to lose trust in our institutions. And there's a list of things that like, are like, well, what's causing it? Well, social media is a problem, right? We have foreign actors trying to get us to fight each other, which the Lubyanka and the Kremlin's been doing for 100 years to us, but under many different names. But also human nature. There's a part of it we can't change. And there's like a Hobbesian part of the analysis too that's really cool. But if you ever like, I don't know, wanted a national security serious guide on what's happened in the last 7 years and how our trust in institutions like just tearing us apart and who it benefits, like specifically Russia and China and non-democratic elements in the world, it's a great read. Highly recommend, or just good to keep on your shelf. So yeah.
Yeah,
You say that's the Rand report or what?
Rand Corporation's like a really serious think tank on national security stuff.
Truth Decay.
And it's called Truth Decay. So
love it.
It was a bit of a Bible for me in undergrad and grad school.
Yeah, so that's one of my things, and I know I'm a smaller streamer, right? But one of the things that I wish, ideally, what I wish I could do is, so I think one of the problems that we're having is that, and I'm a product of this, is that so much of our social relationships are digital, where it's serving as a replacement for IRL. But then IRL is such a pain in the ass because you got to get in the car and you got to gas up the car and then you got to drive and then you got to pay a $10 cover fee and then you got to bring your Warhammer models and like you got to do a lot of shit. So logistics is a pain in the ass. But I do think that what I hope the future is hybridizing digital community with real world community. And so, because the truth is, like, I've met more people who are interested in the things that I'm interested in online than I've ever met in real life. Effectively, like, having an autistic science fiction political rant was something that happened like once every 6 months at a random party.
Yeah, and you might get beat up if you talk too loud.
Right. And whereas now, like, effectively, I get to do it every single day because it seems like everybody of a similar temperament and interest has like conglomerated in online politics. But then I feel like what's being lost, though, and I think Steven Destiny is kind of a part of that, is like by constantly emphasizing the digital, we're losing the real. And so that's where we need to hybridize the reality. And I think the hybridization would actually work towards truth decay. Once again, I don't know the premise of it. But if it's basically social media can be used to profit, it can be used as misinformation and disinformation campaigns in order to profit off of the misery of human beings by manipulating them through the digital space, then I think the vaccine to that is basically like hybrid digital real world relationships. Because like the truth is, if you interact with a bunch of people online, but they're constantly manipulating you, then that's not good. But then if you work on a collaborative or cooperative project in the real world that you meet through your digital life, then that might rebuild the trust and truth. Because basically the shady people aren't going to want to meet up.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate that.
California.
We appreciate that recommendation. Mihaj, do you have any final thoughts for us before we sign off?
This was fun to listen to. Thanks for having me in. I'm also Michael Hatchtube on YouTube. I haven't unified all my names, but
excellent. You asked for the Discord link or whatever because I wasn't linking theirs, and I'm happy to put a face to the name. That's great.
Yeah. So when you see that tilted IKEA Kallax shelf 4x4 laundry pod, that's me.
Excellent.
Perfect.
Perfect. Check it out.
I do like. I wish I'd seen Real Serious today, but knowing that Real Serious is an Argentinian gentleman who actually speaks like amazing English, I was always assuming that he's from Argentina. How good can his English be? Apparently excellent.
Yeah.
And then also seeing your face, and then also having Ruth in here earlier. It's cool to actually put like voices and faces to names.
Well, I just finished The Expanse, watching it again. And I'm looking forward to listening to what you did on it on your other channel, because I haven't really jumped into that channel at all. So I'm gonna check that out.
Dude, so sorry, I know we're trying to wrap, but basically Killing Eros is the next episode that I'm breaking down. So them actually trying to destroy the asteroid. And then right now I'm going through the hybrids. So where like the Protogen Corporation is trying to like create super soldiers out of protomolecule and kids who have autoimmune disorders. Like it's actually really fucked up. It's super fucked up.
And the whole land rush. Oh, it's great. Yeah. But cool. Looking forward to it.
All right. Excellent. Have a good night, bud.
Oh, but wait, before we let him go though, how much fake money do we give him?
Oh, 1,500 easy, maybe 2.
Let's go.
1,500.
Dude, he's a sci-fi nerd after my own heart. You gotta give him something.
All right, yeah, we'll give you 1,500 fake money. You can only spend here in the marketplace of ideas, but we like to think that's what makes it special. Thanks for joining us. We'll hope to see you again.
Absolutely.
Man.
Cheers, guys.
All right. Well, I'm emotionally coping with the fact that we did not get to talk about our space thought experiment where we jam ideas for a regulated or deregulated 40K adjacent universe. But perhaps
let's run that back in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
let's run it back in a couple of weeks.
So beautiful, yeah.
Also,
try to
juicy ground.
And what I would say too is this happened last time that I really liked it. It's like there's a flow and a structure, but it's almost like a community night, right? With the call-ins. So we have a current event, we have a fun topic, but then we also have community call-ins. So it's like a community night, but it's more fun. And so I love it.
A community night with a little extra ready for you, a little taster's menu. Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah, and I think we lose the schizophrenics and the trolls by making them listen to content first.
True.
Indeed.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
Like if it's just an AMA call-in, then you're gonna get like the trolls and the assholes.
Didn't get any weirdos so far. I was like, this is gonna go so bad.
Yeah.
But I think your luck is gonna run out eventually. But
eventually.
I think the filter is doing other content as well, because then people know that they don't have like a guaranteed, like, I just jump into the waiting room and then eventually I'm going to get called and then I'm going to get to spam the N-word and then I'll get banned, you know, like they don't have that promise.
Yeah, I was dreading the potential return of the Gooners to the chat, but we were able to avoid them. That being said, February 14th has come and gone, and the gubernatorial election was not scheduled. So we'll have to get on that at some point in the near future. But I don't think we need to litigate that now.
I imagine Brinkman is dominating the primaries wherever he's from.
I don't.
If he's got any spare time from gooning.
Oh, Lord knows he's got his hands full. Anyway, on that note, Connor, thank you so much for sticking around for a little longer than you originally planned. Anything you got to say to the people before we sign out?
Yeah, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Check out, obviously, the Marketplace of Ideas. They're building something that I think is pretty cool. And then also Counterpoints 40K, Counterpoints Sci-Fi, Counterpoints Star Wars. That's where, if you enjoyed any of the sci-fi rants that we did tonight, then basically, like, I do breakdown content on all three of those channels. And so as a result, if you enjoyed those conversations, I just have like not endless lore yet, but I have a ton of lore for you. Ton.
Yeah, I've watched through the Star Wars ones, and I have learned a lot so far. I live by the original 3 movies being the only Star Wars in the universe in my heart for a long time because I had to. But you make it interesting so that I can open up and a little bit more Star Wars into my heart.
I hate to say it.
Good stuff.
Some of the lore for the Old Republic, some of the lore for the prequel series, it just makes the original product so much richer.
Yeah.
And I can, like, because I'm only really cutting in the action scenes that I care about or whatever, I can just ignore all the cringe. I don't have to care about R2-D2 being out of place in the story. I don't have to worry about C-3PO doing lame jokes about how he's such a fucking nerd and also being out of place in the story in the prequels. Yeah. I can just watch the violence and enjoy it.
Yeah. Beautiful.
George Lucas is a coward for not sticking to Darth Jar Jar. Yes. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Yes. God, I want Darth Jar Jar.
Dude, there's a horrible comic of Jar Jar Binks' dad in shame trying to commit suicide, but then he spurgs out or whatever, and he misses a headshot to himself. And so it's actually like really dark because it's like Jar Jar's dad trying to kill himself in shame, and then him missing a headshot with a pistol to the side of his own temple. And it's like, Jesus, George, what were you thinking with this one? This one's kind of wild.
Yeah, Dark Lucas right there. Beautiful.
All right, kind of hardcore.
Well, thank you again for your time. We had a great time tonight. Look
let's
forward
do it
to
again
talking
soon.
to you again. Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh shit! I'll see you guys in 2 weeks if I'm still alive and kicking.
Beautiful.
Sounds good. Let's
right,
pencil it in. Thanks,
Later,
guys.
neighbor. Thank you.
All right. Have a good night, everybody.